Could please stand. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful, we give Almighty God Allah praise and thanks. We thank Almighty God Allah for all the Abrahamic prophets who came in a mighty line of divine. Today, let us thank Almighty God Allah for Abraham. Let us thank him for Moses. Let us thank him for Jesus. And we thank him for Muhammad. May the peace and blessings of Almighty God Allah be upon these great and worthy servants of his. Oh, but I would be remiss in my duty if I did not thank Almighty God Allah enough for intervening in our affairs in the person of Master Father Muhammad, the great Mahdi, who came among us seeking to save a people totally destroyed. A man who came from the east, and he found us after we had been totally destroyed. We lost our God. We lost our name. We lost our religion, our culture. We was turned upside down and inside out, and an oppressor beat us into the ground. But we thank this great one who was expected to come, and he came. And he raised from among us that Georgia-born black man by the name of the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He is the exalted Christ. We thank him for he became for us the first begotten of the dead. And in his absence, we are eternally grateful from that eternal leader of the nation of Islam, that man, the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad, gave birth to a son to where we could say, for unto us a child was born. For unto us a son was given, that magnificent leader who is responsible for saving the lives of so many. That man is the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. It is in their names that we greet all of you who are here to celebrate the life of a brother who is a soldier's soldier. Can't get it twisted when it comes to Brother Shaheed. That's a visit that, if you got that visit, he came to straighten matters out. So let's give a hand for a soldier like this. Let's show some love for our dear brother, Captain Emeritus Shaheed Muhammad. Takbir! Takbir!
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like the bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride, 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering in person. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
That was my man 16 to Life. You know, he has his YouTube page over there. I always tell you guys, go on over there and check out 16 to Life, man. Good brother, man. Real down to earth brother. He did 24 years in the California penal system, man. Didn't you know, stood tall on that and didn't, you know, never tries to say, oh, I was innocent. No, he don't go into the details, but he definitely said he had a hand in the situation. And, you know, he did his time. And now, man, the brother is trying to make some moves. So let's support that brother if we can, man, because we don't want them to relapse. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, shout out to brother. Plus, brother Eric, man, you talking about a good dude. I have known some good dudes, man. This is one dude that is a good dude, man. He's a good dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying he won't he won't get busy with you if you push him, but talking about just good dudes. He is one of the you know, many dudes I've met that were good dudes, man. Good dude. So go over there to 16 to Life, the YouTube page. Check him out. Funny stories about just living on the streets, man, and even some funny stories about the jail, his prison life. But always trying to teach the youngsters to walk away from that kind of lifestyle. Anyway, shout out to brother Eric. Appreciate you, man. All right. What are we going to talk about today? Well, we got a lot of things to talk about. Today is a Sunday show. Y'all know we do things a little different on Sunday. So first we start with the news. And, you know, this is the news, man. We can't act like, you know, although we want to act like it didn't happen, but it did happen, man. Unfortunately, there was a mass shooting down here in Texas, man. And 19 people lost their lives, and so many others were wounded. And thank you, Patrice. Appreciate you. Shout out to Big Riggs. Well, first of all, let me shout out all you guys in the chat. Let me shout out Quantum. Good to see you in the building, sis. Risa. Yeah, this will go better than yesterday. This will go better than yesterday, man. You know, I got chewed out for yesterday. How yesterday went. So it's not gonna happen this way. It happened that way again. Shout out to my sister Patrice. Let's see. And shout out to brother Big Riggs. Good to see you in the building, my brother. Good to see you in the building, man. Always doing the work, the Lord's work. You know what I'm saying? Sister Annie, good to see you in the building. So let me tell y'all something, man, because I don't know when. I think one of you guys blocked E Black yesterday. Shout out to you. If you could just let me know what happened when you block them out, that's cool. No problem. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to, you know what I'm saying, just let me know what happened. But it's cool. I want you guys to, you know, if you think somebody's about to start some trouble, block them out. I don't care. Let them come crying to me. Let them come crying to me. Anyway, unfortunately, back to this sad situation that unfortunately, man, how do you prepare for something like this? How do you train for something like this? How do you get anyone? I'm not saying any of you guys did. I think one of you guys may, because I didn't do it. So, but anyway, I saw that it was done. So, anyway, just if you guys block somebody, try, you know, shoot me something saying, hey, you know, I blocked this person because I thought this. So that way, I got something to tell them when they say, hey, how come I got blocked? Well, this is what happened. But if I don't know, I don't know what happened. Then I got to go, well, I don't know what happened. You know. But anyway, getting back to this sad situation. So how do we train for this situation? What do we tell our children? How do we tell our children to plan for something like this? Some of them was smart enough. One girl, her friend that was right next to her got shot. She was bleeding all over the floor. One girl put blood all over herself and laid down on the floor like she had been shot too. I mean, some of them are smart enough to deal with this situation. Some of them are not. You know, some of them are so scared, they're trembling and they got picked off, unfortunately. How do you train for somebody like this? How do you train for something like this? Unfortunately, we got this situation. What's worse, the person or the guns? Some people say it's the guns. Some people say it's the people. They say guns don't kill people, people kill people, right? I don't know. Certain kinds of guns, I don't think should be allowed in the city limits. Automatic weapons should not be allowed in the city limits unless you're a peace officer. Other than that, shouldn't be having no automatic weapons, man. Unless you're a certified peace officer, you shouldn't be having, in my opinion. Or you're in the military, you're active duty in the military. You active duty in the military, yeah, okay. But if you ain't retired vet or you ain't, you're a peace officer. Now we had a guy on come on, Hawkeye came on and said, "Oh, this is not the weapon that he walked in was not automatic; it was semi-automatic." I don't know, man. So where do we make the line? Where do we make the line between say, well, the weapon is the issue or the person is the issue? We already know that the person is going to be always the issue. Whenever you have human beings, you're going to have a risk of something going wrong, right? When you put human beings together, there's always a risk of something happening, right? So there's you can't. There's only things we can do is try to identify those people and try to deal with them. We can't, say, okay, well, we got to have a situation where nothing bad is going to happen. There's never going to be, as long as you're dealing with human beings, there's nothing bad that's going to happen. You can't have nothing bad that's going to happen. But you can try to mitigate those risks, right? In the Nation of Islam, we search people before they come into the mosque. We search people before they come into our meetings. Why? Because we don't want no surprises. You know what I mean? We don't want no situation like what happened with Malcolm. So we search everybody. You go out, you come back, you're going to get searched again. You go out, you come back, you get searched again. Just the way it is, right? Now, I believe the church has to do, a lot of churches are doing the same thing. You have to. The day and age where you could just trust people because they had a pretty smile on their face and, they look like they're good. Vaughn, I hope, man, I'm sorry about yesterday, man. I hope I hope we still good, brother. I hope we still good. But yeah, man, yesterday we had a little faux pas, but today is a new day, brother. Today's a new day. Well, hey, you received in peace, my brother. So anyway, shout out to Vaughn. Yeah, so can you believe this situation happened? So what's the question? What's the question from this? What can we learn from this situation? What can we learn from this situation? Well, what can we learn from the situation is that expect the unexpected, right? Expect the same here, brother Vaughn. Same here. Expect the unexpected. You know what I mean? You never know what's gonna happen, but you always got to be prepared for what if it does. You hope that it doesn't, but you be prepared as best as you can for if it does. How do you prepare 6-year-old kids for active shooter situation? How do you prepare them for that? Well, that's our responsibility as parents and the school's responsibility. But we got to teach our children now, man. They got to be more than students, man. They got to be survivors, man. They got to know how to deal with a lot of different situations that unfortunately children this young should have to deal with. Teachers shouldn't have to deal with active shooters. They shouldn't have to deal with stuff like that. But there's people out here, man, that don't have no sense, man. They don't have no connection with people, man. And when they don't have a connection with people, what do they care if lives get lost? What do they care? What do they care if they keep bending people out of shape over something? I mean, what do they care? They don't have no connection to nobody. So we got to watch out for that. Unfortunately, if you're a praying person, and some of you guys are, some of you guys are not, that's cool. But the ones of you that are, if you're a praying person, just sneak a little prayer. I'm not sneak it, but just slip a little prayer in for the families of the victims of this crazy situation, man. Crazy situation. We don't get to pray for our brothers and sisters that fall out in Chicago, LA. There's so many of them we don't even know their names. This situation was so dreadful. Now they brought this situation up to the forefront. Let's just pray, man. Let's just pray that God protect us. Those of us that, believe in God, Let's ask God to protect us and our children and our families. So when we go forth out here, even if we run into something like this, we can walk away and survive it, man. You know, these people took their children to school. I mean, they never thought in their wildest dreams something like this would happen. They thought a tsunami would hit them before something like this would happen, right? See, but things happen. Things happen. Things happen where, yeah, you're right. You're right about that, Quantum. There's a place for torture. Torture has a place. You know what I mean? In very rare situations, torture has a place. And but anyway, that's a whole nother conversation. But anyway, yeah. Shout out to Jay Takashi. There's a time and a place where people say, where is God in this situation? Where is God? Why would God allow this to happen? Why would God allow that to happen? Why would God allow this to happen? And that is the overwhelming presumption that God is going to only make good things happen. like God knows that if you don't do things a certain way, things are going to progress to a certain level. That's why he left you and me certain information so that we could read this information and get the best and study this information and learn it as best as we can so that we couldn't let our civilization devolve to this point. But unfortunately, we have let our civilization devolve to this point, whether we listen to God or not, whether we just didn't have enough respect for each other as human beings. We let this situation devolve to where it's at the point where you got to put an armed police officer in the front of a school. You got to put armed police officers at the bank. You got to put armed people at places where it shouldn't be you shouldn't have to have armed people at school. You shouldn't have to have armed people at the temple, right? You shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to search people, right? You shouldn't have to search people for weapons and contraband, but you do. That's the situation we're in. So take this away from this situation, because I don't want to go into the article. It makes me so upset reading the article, and I don't want to upset you guys either. Just think about this situation and pray for the people. If you're a praying person, you have any compassion for other people, show some compassion, pray, or give them a moment of silence or however you reconcile that you are showing compassion for these people, show them some compassion. Then think about our people out here in the streets, Chicago, Memphis, Atlanta, LA, Compton, Watts, Oakland, the Bay, wherever, right? Miami, New York. Well, we got young men and women like this, and babies falling. Yeah, we feel bad for this situation, but what about our personal situation as far as Black people? We need to look at it. We need to look inward and say, okay, this is an ugly situation, definitely. But if we put it on a cumulative level, it doesn't even compare to the situation that we got going on in the streets of, America, as it relates to us crime of Black on Black crime within ourselves. Well, let's look at it, y'all. So the takeaway is be thankful that you got your family. Be thankful. These people getting up on a Sunday morning and they go into that bedroom and that bed is unmade. I mean, that bed is made. It's unslept in. It's not gonna ever be slept in again. How would that feel? Count your memory. Count your blessings. Count your blessings. Don't worry about what's not in your pocket. Worry about what's in your pocket. If you worry about what's in your pocket, everything that needs to come into your pocket will come. Right? All right, y'all. I think I made my point about that. Let's move on. Let's move on to the hit parade, because we got a lot to get to, y'all. Lot to get to. Let's see. Oh man, this is an ugly one right here. Holy smokes, man. This is holy smokes. Ay. What is going on? Ay. All right, let's do the hit parade. 8 Missouri ministers accused of SEX abuse in Southern Baptist Convention report. Ouch. The church's report names the pastors and youth ministers who have been convicted of child porn, estimony, solicitation, and other crimes. Ouch. All right. The Southern Baptist Convention on Thursday released a once secret and lengthy list of accused SEX abusers, several of whom are in the Midwest. Ouch. If you guys in the Midwest, watch out. Within the denomination, the 205-page list is a compilation of ministers and other church workers who have been credibly accused of SEX abuse. The list described a fluid working document that was also incomplete, but largely pulls information about the abusers from public news reports. Publication is a list that comes after the release of Sunday of a 300-page report by an independent investigator that describes how leaders of the Southern Baptist denomination for decades have received reports of SEX abuse committed by church workers, pastors, and others. But those reports were largely kept secret, and rather than acting upon and investigating reports of SEX abuse, denomination leaders sought to intimidate and vilify victims and their advocates. The whole thing should be seen for what it is, wrote former Southern Baptist Convention Executive Committee member and General Counsel D. August Boto in an internal email that was published in the report. It is a satanic scheme to completely distract us from evangelism. Holy smokes. The crisis rocking the Southern Baptist denomination this week is similar in many ways to what the Catholic Church continues to face. Leaders in both faiths systematically hid information about SEX misconduct, appeared to show more concern about their own legal liability than the victims, and at times failed to expel accused abusers from positions of authority. In 2007, Father Thomas Doyle, a Catholic priest credited as one of the first to warn of his own denomination's clergy SEX abuse crisis, wrote a letter to the SBC leadership conveying his concern that Southern Baptist leaders were repeating the failures of the Catholic Church in dealing with SEX abuse. Doyle told Southern Baptist leaders, "Truly, I have no authority over local churches," a response that Doyle regarded as dismissive and according to the investigative report. That same year at the SBC convention in San Antonio, Oklahoma, Pastor Wayne Burleson made a motion to create a database of Southern Baptist clergy who had been convicted or credibly accused of or had confessed to SEX abuse. The proposition was meant to assist in preventing any further SEX abuse or harassment. Ooh. Ay. Let's see. Where did I go? Ah, here we go. The database is supposed to go nowhere. According to report, witnesses of the convention recalled a little expressed the opinion that it would violate local church autonomy. Why do I still do this stuff why do I still do the hit parade? I do the hit parade because you guys need to be careful. This stuff is happening in the church. This stuff is happening in schools. This stuff is happening in the on the track meet field. This stuff is happening at the basketball practice. This stuff is happening at tennis practice, gymnastics, dance recitals. This stuff is happening all over the place. And what you need to do as the parents and the caregivers and the guardians of children is you got to give them, you got to be with them. The days where you could drop your child off to practice are over. If your child ain't big enough to, defend themselves or can talk, or, they're the kind of child that's going to tell you if something's going wrong, can't leave them. Can't leave them. This world is crazy. This is the Southern Baptist Conference. These are supposed to be some OGs in the church world, right? This is a serious situation. So lawyers from the SBC Executive Committee researched the list of abusers, taking steps to verify information contained, left redacted entries about alleged abusers that could be confirmed, while redacting entries where someone was committed or did not have a final disposition, as well as information that could identify victims. Missouri men featured prominently on the list. They include Robert Michael Black, a former pastor of New Home Baptist Church in St. Joseph, who solicited SCX over Facebook from a police officer posing as a 13-year-old girl. He pleaded guilty in 2011 and to attempted child enticement, served 5 years in prison, and was released. There was Joseph Edmund Conger, former pastor of New Life Baptist Church in Cold Camp and Faith Baptist Church in Climax Springs, who was convicted in 2009 and sentenced to 7 years in prison for statutory estimony for an incident with a teenager in 2003. Michael Allen Crappen, a pastor at First Baptist Church in Duane, received a nearly 4-year prison sentence for possessing child porn. Sean Davies, a youth minister, holy smokes. A youth minister who worked in Greenwood and Ferguson, pleaded guilty in 2005 to several counts of estimony, porn, and other charges, received a 20-year sentence to serve alongside a 10-year sentence for separate abuse charges in Kentucky. Dale Gregory Johnson, a former youth director for Parkade Baptist Church in Columbia, pleaded guilty in 2016 to estimony and child porn charges. These are people. These are OGs. These are people from the OGs in the church. These are people in the church. Is everybody in the church like this? No, we're not saying that. But I'm saying you got to have your eyes open even in the church. Even in the church. Terry McDowell, former pastor at Gateway Southern Baptist Church in St. Louis, pleaded guilty to molesting a 3-year-old. Oh, man. See what I said, Quantum? There's some places where torture should come in. Torture should be allowed, right? A 3-year-old, holy smokes, in 2011 and received a suspended 10-year sentence. I'm going to give that dude a double portion. There. James Nadersay, a former pastor at Vincent General Baptist Church in Malden, received a 25-year sentence in 2000 following a conviction for forcible estimony against a teenage girl who lived with him. You got to watch those pastors that have those extra children laying around. You never know. You never know what's going on, man. Of course, there's Travis Smith, a pastor at First Baptist Church in Stover and former youth pastor at Pilot Grove Baptist Church, received a 4-year prison sentence in 2016 following convictions for statutory art and other charges stemming from multiple victims. See, So y'all say, man, why, Clarence, why are you telling us this stuff? You got to keep your eyes open, man, everywhere. You got to keep your eyes open everywhere. Brother Chris say, white men can't keep themselves off these children because they sick, brother. They sick. They truly have an illness, man, and they cannot. They need help. But the problem is, the reason why they don't get help is because they hide it. They hide it, and so it grows into such a big situation that is unable to be dealt with at a certain point, right? You see evil in the Bible, in Genesis, it's a little snake. All they had to do was step on the head and kill it. It would have been done with, right? La 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 la, no more evil. La 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 la. No, right? Paraphrasing. I'm abstract thinking. But by the time you get to Revelations, now you have a dragon. Now you have something that you cannot deal with. Now you have something. You got something that's so huge. You need God. That God Himself has to step in, right? Revelations, right? Now God Himself has to step in and deal with this situation because it's so far out of hand. You have to step in now. All right, y'all. That was the hit parade, man. I mean, I'm sorry I had to break this stuff down to you, but hey, this is where I'm going to talk to you about this stuff because we need to talk about it. Like I think Patrice was saying it. If I'm not mistaken, this is an uncomfortable conversation a lot of religious folk don't want to have. Sad but true. Yeah, man. I mean, so and really, Patrice, this is conversations we don't want to have with these children. We don't want to have these kind of conversations with our children, right? Because we're uncomfortable with them. But if we don't have these conversations with our children and our grandchildren, we're sending them out there to the slaughterhouse. This world, when you open your front door, that's a slaughterhouse out there. All types of evil out there, man, waiting for you, waiting to pull you in. If you don't, your children, you can see it. You may can see it, a lot of it. But our children can't see it. They don't have eyes to see. They're blind. What do you mean they blind, Clarence? My child can see. They got 20/20 vision. No, I'm not talking about they can see. Of course they can see physically. But what I'm saying, they're blind, meaning they can't see spiritual situations. They cannot see the spirit of people. That's why young children are always, not always, but many times pray for a lot of these weirdos because they know that the child cannot see their internal spirit. They can put on a facade like they care about the child, and the child thinks that the facade is the total person. Wherein in a grown-up person, we can see that people have facades, right? They will put forth like, this is what my true intention is. But their true intention is behind their back, right? That's the real, but that's their spirit. Their spirit holds the true intention. And their spirit is behind their back, holding its true intention. But they're up front saying, oh, I have an honorable intention. That's why I'm doing this, because I have an honorable intention. The child can't see that they don't have no honorable intention. They're dishonorable. Their overall intention is dishonorable. Y'all don't hear me, man. Y'all don't hear me. But I hope y'all hear me with this, man. We got to watch these children. Are we agreed on that? We got to watch these children. No matter what Brother Clarence say, no matter what anybody else say, the days where you can drop your child off to whatever after school or school program and not let people know that you are there. Just like if you have a relative in the hospital, you got to go visit that relative, man. You got to go and pop in there every day or every other day. Let those people know, man. No, my relative ain't the one. My relative better be getting everything they supposed to get. Or I'm coming back here and I'm going straight at you. We got to start caring about our people more. We got to start caring about our people more. But hey, take away from this, watch your children. Every turn, watch your children. Watch yourself. But your children need double eyes on them, because these sickos are out here, man. This world is designed to turn you into a sick person. It started with slavery. You have to be sick to think that a person would be happy to be enslaved and be in that condition. But there's people out there that think that those people were happy with that situation. You have to be sick. That is a sickness of the mind. And so it has progressed culturally in America. Maybe you don't have the physical slavery, but you have the mental degradation that went into where people actually accepted that as a normal way of life. People could actually see another person born, live their whole life on a plantation picking cotton and die and say, that's good for that person. How do we get to that point? How do we get to that point? Because now we culturally are on each other like that. Y'all don't hear me, man. Y'all don't hear me. Y'all don't hear me, Clarence. What are you talking about, Clarence? What are you talking about? We came to hear Patrice fighting with somebody else, right? That's what we wanted to hear, man. We want to hear Patrice getting into it with somebody else. No, man. No. I'm pretty sure Patrice said everything she had to say. And I'm pretty sure we're done with it on this end. But, that's my girl, man. If she called me up, I'm coming. So, but anyway, hopefully we don't have to chase that horse down the road. Anyway, your brother just wants you to keep your children safe. That's all. Brother Vaughn said there's a lot of wicked things going on in these churches. Yeah, not only in church, brother, in the mosque, in the temples. You know what I'm saying? They're everywhere, brother. Unfortunately, this wickedness is everywhere. And you got to watch everybody. Even if you take your child to the temple, you take your child to the mosque. You gotta hold on, y'all. Hey, Rico cussed me out. So I didn't send the right link. Let me send him a link right now. Anyway, how's y'all Saturday? How's y'all day going? How's y'all day going? Is y'all day going good? Is it Sunday? Well, you know what? I'm gonna tell you, your day is going good. If you're not one of those children or one of the parents in Uvalde, Texas, if you're not one of them, ouch. You should be thankful. Your day is going great. Your day is going great. All right, y'all, let's move on, man. Let's move on. Because I think I made my point. Did I make my point? I made my point. Okay, let's talk about rescuing black boys. We're still not going to do the Brookings Institute. Just give me a minute, y'all. Give me a minute. We're gonna get to the topic at hand. Let's see. Where's my stuff? Here's my stuff. Okay, I do agree to the terms. Yeah. Okay, I created a report. Okay, let's do this. Let me shift this over because hey, see, I'm gonna stay on this. I'm gonna stay on black boys. I'm gonna stay on it. Mathematics. Okay, so last time we did grade 4. Let's do grade 12. Okay, let's do grade 12. Jurisdiction, national. Okay. Variables, let's see, race, gender. Right? Okay. Let's do average scores. Okay. Let's create a report. Okay. All right, let's see. Is this the one I want? No, that's not the one I want. Is this the one I want? This is the one I want. Okay. Now, let's do a tally. Let's see where black boys are at test scores in math by average test scores in math nationwide in America. And this is not me. Oh, Clarence, you got that off of black demographics. No, I didn't. This is the nation's report card.gov. This is the national report card for test scores. This is where the government looks at test scores for the nation, for students all across the nation. Right? This is the nation's report card.gov. Clarence, you're making these numbers up. Oh, okay. All right. Go tell the government that. These are the government's numbers, not mine. Average scale scores for grade 12 mathematics by race, ethnicity, user fund report. So this is actually boys, right? When you add girls, it goes up just a little higher. All right, so let's see who. Let's start from the top. Okay, Asian Pacific Islander, 173, right? Average test score, right? Average score, right? White coming in second. White is the white people. Shout out to the white people coming in second, 159, right? Who comes after? Who's in third place? Who's in third place? Two or more races. Two or more races. They're in third place. Shout out to them. Hispanic, better known as Latino. They're in fourth place. Shout out to the Latino brothers and sisters. 138. And who's in fifth place? American Indian, Alaska Native, 136. These are math test scores. These are nationwide math test scores for 12th grade boys by race. Guess who's pulling up the rear? Brothers and sisters, guess who's pulling up the rear? Holy smokes. Guess who's pulling up the rear at 128? You got it. Black boys. See, I'm gonna keep stressing this every week. I'm gonna keep stressing this. Black boys you need to come hard at black boys with mathematics, science, mathematics, and English, third grade. Third grade. I'm going to bring the culture clinician in here. The culture clinician is going to say that, no, what do you know, Clarence? You don't have a degree, and you definitely don't have a degree in psychology. You don't have a degree in English. You don't have a degree in education. What do you know, Clarence? I need a degree to read test scores? Do I really need a degree to read test scores? I need a degree? I think I just need to read English, right? I can read the word white and I can see the test score here. I can read the word black, I can see the test score here. I think I got the idea. I think I got it. Black boys here's the reality of the situation. Unfortunately, we're not arming our young men and preparing them for the situation that's in front of them. The situation that's in front of them is that they are going to need math, science, and English just to be considered regular, let alone if they want to strike out on their own and start their own business, create their own app, do all of the things that the door is open for them for whatever. We keeping the door closed on them because we're not giving them the right ammunition. Clarence, that ain't my job. That's the school district's job. No, it's not. The school district's job is to make sure your child has a hot lunch and books to study. They can't make your child study. Only you can do that, if you can. The school district is a supplemental income. A supplemental educational system. They're a supplement. They're teaching your child basically how to be a drone in this situation. If you don't want your child to be a drone, you got to get in there. especially us as black men. I was at the, shout out to Brother Rasan. I was at Brother Shahid's service yesterday, and I ran into a brother I used to work out with, his Brother Rasan, man. He said, man, I'm taking a principal exam. I said, well, good for you, man. He's already been a teacher for 20 years. A man, black man, out there in Long Beach, teaching, because we don't have, black men are not in the teaching profession. Why? Because it's hard to raise a family with that money. They want to teach, but it's hard to raise family on that kind of money. What's up, Wrigley?
Hey, how's it going? Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday to you, brother. I'm just going on a rant about brother I ran into yesterday. Yeah, man. So he's going to be a principal, and we met another brother. He ran into another brother that he talks to on Facebook. He's a principal. It was two positive black men, man. I was like, man, wow, they're good brothers. But we need more men teaching. And if you can't teach in the classroom, you got to teach at home. Serious. This is what's that? So
Whoa, time out though.
Time out.
But the teach at home thing. And the only reason why I say this, while I would love to lean into that, because I wanted to talk, actually that's going to be a big part of we not tipping my hand to anybody. That's going to be a big part of our interview that we're going to do here in a couple of weeks, but on education, but the whole teaching thing. And I want to talk about it when we have, the person that we're going to interview is we have to be careful about the home teaching, because a lot of that shit is worse with the things. And I only say this because in conversations that I've been having, especially in our community, we got a lot of people that are, we want them to teach, so I could say teach manners, but we got households that are perpetuating a lot of crazy conspiracies, false narratives, where kids would be better off not learning from their home. The parents are woefully unprepared and unqualified. I mean, they're qualified, I guess, to be a parent. They're the parent, but to be a teacher, people are putting out we know just in this space, they're putting out a lot of bad education.
No, that's not what I was talking about.
I know that's not what you were talking about. I'm just saying, yes, I do want all parents to start teaching in the home for their kids going out, but please be mindful of what you're putting into the minds of your young ones. That's all I'm saying, because I can't stop you, but there's some people out here that's just pouring all kinds of craziness into the minds of young folks. And that's why I think a lot of them are susceptible to these spaces in the first place. So I just wanted to just throw that caveat out there. Yes, teach, but teach them the right stuff. Don't just be teaching them. Don't be putting a bunch of useless information in your kid's head because it makes you feel good and it's not going to serve them well when they go out there into the world. Because the world is where they have to exist in. That's all I'm speaking on.
Right on. Okay. Von Bryant said, "Where was that service held?" It was held in Gardena, California. It was at your boy's church. No, it was at Noel's church. Absolutely, we were there. We were in the house. We was in the house. I was there. I was in attendance yesterday. Yeah, absolutely. Me, I think Cam was there. A lot of people was there. Yeah, man. It was packed. Good.
Oh, let me shout out real quick too. And Sister Patrice, I know I got a right hook coming. Can it wait till after the ball though?
Yeah. I got mine.
But Clarence, I'm a new grandpa today.
Oh, congratulations, man!
Yes, right.
Congratulations.
Number 10 came in 4:00 this morning. I'll go see her tomorrow, and number 11 will be hitting on deck in the next week or two. She wasn't supposed to be here for another 2 weeks, but my son called and told me, and this hospital got crazy visiting hours, so I told the mama we'll be there tomorrow at 4 p.m. because you can't even go till 4, and they only let so many at a time. But a beautiful baby girl.
Congratulations,
brother. That's all that matters. So I just wanted to shout that out. And I don't want her daddy teaching her shit. I'm telling you, I don't want her daddy teaching her. I just tell him, provide and protect for her and be quiet. Let her mama do it. You don't teach her nothing. You don't teach her nothing. You see
That's
what
my
I'm saying?
oldest, man. I try to keep my oldest away from his daughter. Hey, yeah, that's all right. Yeah. You just be the face of the organization.
You know what I'm talking about, right? So
yeah, I hear you, brother. But congratulations, Rico. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Yeah, man. So anyway, these are the test scores for black men, for black boys. As you can see, black boys are last place by 12th grade. Well, they're last place by 4th grade. But now I want to show you how big the gap gets when they get to the 12th grade. The gap is humongous, right? And so we gotta step in there and start, even if we got to do it. And this is what I was actually talking about, Rico. When if we could just spend maybe not even an hour might be long, maybe a half an hour with our boys every day, just trying to teach them mathematics, science, and English to prepare them. Because what happens is they screw around in the classroom so many years. By the time you get to 12th grade and they realize, oh no, I'm unprepared for the situation out here. And for me to prepare for it, I gotta learn. Now I gotta get a good handle on mathematics, science, and English. And to do that, it looks like an impossible feat. It looks like climbing Mount Everest. They say, forget that. I'm gonna go in the street and I'm gonna handle business on the street. And then they get caught up and they get in the prison system, right? So we got to prepare them. We got to at least attempt to prepare them. Whether they're going to, accept the skills that we not, it's better that we attempt when they're younger at the 3-year-old mark. The 3rd grade level, because 3rd grade is where the pack starts separating. That's where teachers start noticing, okay, this person is having delays, or this person has trouble with this or that. The 3rd grade is where the pack starts separating. And so we don't want our boys to get left behind, because they get left behind because they start acting out in the classroom, because obviously they start trying to express some of this testosterone that they have, and then they get rebuffed by doing that, and then they get put in a special ed, not special needs class, and then they just get all jacked up. All right. So that was that's rescuing black boys. We got to do what we got to do as black men. Step in there. All right. Let's move on, Rico. Rico, do you know who? Let me don't do that. Do you know who David Stewart is?
Who?
David Stewart.
No.
Let me tell you who David Stewart is.
Okay.
Because I thought you knew. I thought all you black people knew each other, man. All right, David Stewart. David Stewart, born in 1951, an American businessman. He is a chairman and founder of Worldwide Technology, one of the largest African American owned businesses in America. According to Forbes, in 2019, Stewart was one of 13 black billionaires worldwide. He was ranked 239th on the Forbes 400 list of American billionaires in 2019. That ain't bad, Rico. Stewart was born in Chicago, Illinois. Patrice! And the son of Dorothy, a homemaker, and Harold Stewart, a mechanic. As a child growing up in Clinton, Missouri, Stewart faced poverty and discrimination. I vividly remember segregation, separate schools, sitting in a balcony at a movie theater, being barred from the public swimming pool. No, Stewart, who was among a small group of African American high school students who integrated the public swimming pool in Clinton in 1967. Stewart received his BS degree in business from Central Missouri State University in 1973. After graduating from college, Stewart worked at Wagner Electric as a production manager in 1974 to 1975, as a sales representative at Missouri Public Railroad Company 1975-1979, as a senior account executive at Federal Express 1979 to 1984, where he was recognized as Salesman of the Year and inducted into the company's Hall of Fame in 1981. He owned transportation business specialist and transportation administrative services in the years leading up to founding Worldwide Technology. He is also the founder of Telcobuy, a global technology and supply chain management company. Worldwide Technology. In 1990, Stewart founded Worldwide Technology, a systems integrator. In 1993, Worldwide Technology concentrated its focus on the implementation of enterprise-wide imaging conversion services and telecommunication networks. In 1999, Worldwide Technology spun off its telecommunications division to form Telcobuy.com. Sales for the two companies continue to grow, although revenues slipped in 2002. As Worldwide Technology felt the impact of the technology recession in 2003, combined reported revenues passed $1 billion, and Stewart formed Worldwide Technology Holding Company as the parent company for the two firms. Worldwide Technology's 2018 revenue is estimated to be greater than $11 billion, holy smokes, which would rank it as one of St. Louis's largest private companies. That is your boy David Stewart, the black billionaire. What do you think about that, sir?
Pretty good.
Not bad, huh?
No, not at all.
Yeah, man. But the thing about it is how did he become a billionaire? Where did it actually start? Did it start from the companies, or did it start from him being denied access into those pools and saying to himself, I'm gonna make this work. I'm gonna make this work for my life. I'm gonna make it right for my life. You know what I mean? Like, where did this start?
Yeah.
See? So they have to, in order to start with his parents. His parents obviously put in him the desire to have better in his life, and he went out and did it. So that's the thing about. Go ahead, brother.
But a part of that is also, it goes back to what you said, not just with him, but also with his parents, because I'm pretty sure back in that time, African-American parents, I mean, that was our number one goal, was just education.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I mean, because that was pretty much our only avenue. So I think the vast majority, even the farmers were constantly trying to push their children to become more and more educated. Unfortunately, as you know, through integration and us being denied things less, all of a sudden the emphasis, parents stopped looking to push their kids on education because and it's twofold. You figure, well, now if my kids can go to the white schools, they'll get that education. Previously, when they were segregated, you had to, because you know that the schools didn't get the funding, the books, so on and so forth. So everybody was pushing for it. So I guess, sometimes around, like what 1954 Brown versus Board of Education, when they started integrating school, we went through that whole period of maybe like 10 years where, like especially all throughout the South, they closed whole school districts and sent all the white kids to private schools.
Yeah.
And then just didn't fund the public schools anymore because they didn't want them integrated.
Right.
So when it was harder for us to get education, we valued it more. We pushed for it more. We fought for all you wanted your kids to be was a doctor or a lawyer or a teacher, or that's it. But we didn't have access to the entertainment other than the singing and the dancing at that point in time. We didn't have access to athletics. And some of the more, our entertainment was still, even entertainers back then was relegated to occasionally doing minstrel, but just performing for whites in some of the nice clubs, and then only strictly performing for black audiences. Nowadays, they can perform for the whole fucking world. So I think now in our community, unfortunately, we look at like water, the path of least resistance. So people who are not wildly educated, they're pushing their kids to athletics and entertainment.
Well, let me say this, since you brought up entertainment, and I did one of the Black History minutes I did about a month or two ago was on. I don't know if you ever heard this comedian named Smiley Rogers, right?
Not that I can.
Oh, okay. Well, you can look him up. But Timothy Smiley Rogers was a comedian back in the day, and he was telling his story. He was telling a story about how, like a lot of black comedians, if you notice, back in the 50s, 40s, and 30s, black comedians always had a partner. You had to always have a partner because the black comedians couldn't talk directly to the white audiences.
Yeah,
and you couldn't talk directly to them. You had to talk to this guy, and he had to talk to you. And then that's how the comedy. Because if you address the white audience, you would never work again, right?
Yeah.
And so these are a lot of things that a lot of our people don't understand and don't know that we had to overcome to get to this point. To always be striving, always be pushing forward to try to make it so that things are as even as they can be in a capitalist society, as even as they can be out here. But you mentioning that just made me think about that one particular struggle. Let me do some shout outs, Rico. Let me shout out brother New Growth. Shout out brother New Growth. Appreciate you in the building, my brother. Vaughn, you seem like a dude that have a hard time with math, man. You seem like Rico, man. You guys look like some dudes that get a hard time in math.
Math was my kryptonite.
Math is your kryptonite now. See, math is every black person's kryptonite until their paycheck comes. When they paycheck comes, they become an accountant, right? They become a Princeton accountant. Wait a minute, hold on. You got me for 42 cents here. Well, when that paycheck comes, they know it.
And Lord knows, when we got the algebra, they started putting fucking letters with the numbers. I'm like, they don't want me ever get out of school. So
we got to see. That's why we got to get you in the third grade, Rico. We got to get you in the third grade. So that way, by the time you get to the 12th grade, you all set to go. Shout out to what now 23. Good to have you in the building, man. Let's see. You're right, Risa. He was on Sanford and Son. Yeah, he was on Sanford and Son. But he was a very smart guy. Did a lot of business. And he saw the business change from one whole side of the pendulum to another whole side of the pendulum, where guys could actually go out and make tons of money, like Red Fox was doing. Red Fox was killing the game. Red Fox was working in Vegas at the same time doing Sanford and Son. He only got paid in cash. He made them only pay him in cash. So they had to bring him a briefcase of $75,000 every week or whatever it was. I think it was $25,000. Yeah, it's $25,000. NBC had to deliver a briefcase with cash in it every week to Red Fox. You know what I mean? So he didn't want to pay taxes. So he didn't want to get a check, so he had to pay taxes. So that's why he had all the IRS problems, because he was always getting paid cash. Same thing in the nightclubs. He's getting paid all that money, and he was just burying it in his backyard. All right. Anyway, let's move on, Rico. We got one more thing to do, and then we can get right to the topic. The job of the week. The job of the week is not a loan officer. I'm sorry, y'all. It is actually not. What is the job of the week this week? Let's see. Let me pull it up. Let me put it up, y'all, so y'all can see it here. The job of the week is a plumber, I believe. Yeah, plumber sales associate. All right. Can you guys see what's on my screen? Can you guys see that? Okay. All right. So this job of the week, plumber. Now, Rico, what I like to do is I like to give jobs that have low barriers of entry, meaning that maybe you got to spend maybe a year or two learning the business or getting into the business, and then you can yeah.
No, ain't no year or two. That's 5 years.
But I mean, you can still make money. Like you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait until like year 5 before you start making money. You can start making money.
No. My son's a plumber, so as an apprentice, he was making $20 an hour day one.
Right.
You just got to pass the test and get accepted. And I mean, like now he's a journeyman because he finished his 5 years. He tested out. Hell, he makes more money than me between his plumbing company and still working for the company. I mean, he make like almost $90,000 working for a general contractor.
Right.
He does commercial plumbing, and then
and
he
then
makes
doing
like
stuff on the
another.
side, right?
I mean, he makes like another 85,000 on the side
There you go.
doing plumbing work for. He's getting these apartment complex contracts.
Yeah. See, that's what. So
yeah,
that's
he's
what I'm
making
saying.
bread.
That's what I'm saying. So but once you learn the business and get it good and everything, but it's not like it ain't like you got to pay $2,000 or
Oh, no, you didn't pay
go
anything.
to a college and pay $80,000 a semester to learn, right?
No.
You can learn
We just-
and you can get.
And believe it or not, that's one that's got a lot of math. So believe it or not,
Right.
that. And he had to cheat. He kept taking the test. He finally cheated on it and passed it because he was passing it, but they only take like the top 100 each class. So he always kept falling out. So he finally cheated up enough to get in that 100, and then he got accepted. And he's
Rico, we're not gonna tell the kids to cheat.
I mean,
tell them to study
I
hard.
told him, do whatever you got to do to get in that damn class. And he's an excellent plumber, but like I said, that kryptonite, that math was kryptonite. He is a black man.
Yeah. Hold on, Rico. Negro says when Sanford's Son came out, it was the #1 show on NBC, and they still didn't have a dressing room. Demond said they had to dress in a public restroom. No, they probably started out that way, but trust me, man, by the middle of the season, they had a restroom because you know what, Red Fox, they had all these curtains in Red Fox's room, and Red Fox didn't want the curtains, so Red Fox went in there and demanded that they cover up all the windows with something because he didn't want people being able to look in there because they was in there doing street narcotics. OG Patrice said, let's talk about Black Life. Did you see what comedian Jamie Foxx wrote about living in a Christian society in a Texas school shooting? I did not, Patrice. I don't know what that is, but I'll look it up. I'll look it up when we have a minute. Okay, so let's get back to teaching y'all how to get you some money. All right, so plumbers make money, right? Because you know this because your son's a plumber, right? Rico?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know this because your son's a plumber, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Okay. Is he ever coming to you begging you for money?
Hell no, I owe him money. A lot. I owe him 10 stacks. Yeah.
Yeah, but the point is, pockets. Yeah, that's the point. Finally, we can go in their pockets, right?
Yeah.
So look, full-time description plumber. This is a company out here in LA. But hey, don't even trip on this. It's just coming in public LA. Plumbers are always going to be needed. It's like electricians, always going to be needed. Mm-hmm. Where you living at, whatever city you're in, you can get into a plumbing, take plumbing classes. All you have to do is go to a union, get in a union, and when you check out the plumbers union, and then they'll point you to some classes and stuff that you could take and stuff, and maybe sometimes people will take you on a job, start taking you out of.
I got one that's in the union now for an electrician, one that's in the union for a plumber, and you don't even have to take classes. They teach you everything, and you get paid. Working is your schooling.
Right.
That's your schooling. And like I said, one was in sheet metal, but that dummy dropped out because that was the dummy. But the other two, he's I think he's in his last year, and then he tests out because I get all my plumbing and electrical work done free.
Okay, right on.
I'm like, come to my house. I got a problem with this. I got a problem with that. I done fed and raised y'all ass. Y'all I pay for I got to pay for the materials.
Right,
but they come and they do the labor and they do the work. I needed one to be a mechanic for my cars, but I fall on my brother-in-law for that. But he make me pay his ass. But my son, they literally you actually apply. You test through the unions. So you just find your local union. They have them in every major city and state. Unions are notoriously what's the word? Nepotist and cronyism, but you still can get in because they test. And in certain areas, you may want to go to a major city to get in because wherever there's a lot of commercial development, then all of a sudden they need these skilled laborers that are masonry. I know a young guy that's a welder. kid 25 making like 200 grand a year. Now he's up
Holy
in
smokes.
fucking skyscrapers. Derek Struthers, and this kid was intellectually challenged. He played football for me as a young kid in grade school, so he was intellectually challenged. But this young boy is traveling the world, but he be out there year round. He's through the union, a licensed welder, master welder now. So you get your master welding, and all of these kids are just high school graduates. Ain't got a lick of college. My son went one semester and partied out the whole semester and just didn't pass no classes because he wasn't going to them. So I was like, bring your ass back home. We got to get you a job. And then he got a friend of his told him about the plumbing thing, and he got on and has been like blowing up. This is the one we had the baby this morning. He's making $150,000-$160,000 a year.
That ain't bad.
No. I'm like, goddamn, more than me. But that's just, I know several young guys that just put their mind to it, and it's less challenging. They're not having to go to college. And I know when you get through the union, once you pass that test, what they do is they put you on. It's not even a union that's teaching you. They put you on with a general contractor. So, say a general contractor, Williams and Son Contracting Company, they like, hey, we got an apprentice plumber, and they assign you a master plumber, and he just start teaching your ass. And like he would have to go to the union hall and take classroom like twice a week, 2 times. He's like, oh, I got to take 2 times a week. I get off from work, you go take the class, and then every 3 months they would test.
Right. And
then you're a first-year apprentice. Then you become a second-year apprentice, and each year your money gets bumped up.
Right.
So that's just the way it works. That's some real shit. So and that's something with a low barrier entry for us. You just got to study enough to pass a basic math, math that you should have learned in high school. Yeah. We're not talking about if you paid attention. Now, if you didn't pay attention like me, you're going to struggle with it. But that's just some real talk. And there's an abundance of people, them needing more and more skilled laborers in this country that we don't have enough.
Yeah, man. I mean, never gonna have too many plumbers. Never gonna have too many electricians. Never gonna have too many roofers. I mean, just never gonna have it.
Carpenters, masonry, pipe fitters.
Yeah, the trades, man. You can't go wrong with the trades, man. All right, qualifications: high school or equivalent. Plumbing, 5 years required. So that's to get a job here. But like Rico just said, you can go to a plumbing union and they can put you on, man. They put you on a program.
So they're looking for a licensed plumber.
Yeah, this job particularly, but I'm saying I'm just saying the kind of money you can make. It's not a high barrier of entry, man. Driver's license, night shift, overnight. I mean, whatever benefits sometimes they have. Now, this is just a job that here on Indeed, but I mean, you can
look at the pay range. Look at the pay range:
$60,000 to $500,000 a year. That ain't bad.
It's a sales job. So the floor is 60 and the ceiling is $500,000. As a plumber, not a lawyer, not a doctor, as a plumber.
Yep, and you can set your hours. I mean, especially once you have a journeyman for somebody and you learn the business, and then you learn how to start getting side gigs. Man, you just make a ton of money.
But that's working for a company going out doing sales. LA and. Obviously, if you're selling plumbing services and plumbing goods, you got to know something about fucking plumbing. Now, I could be a great salesman, but because I don't know nothing about plumbing, they don't want me. Right. They want a great salesman with a plumbing background, and you have the capacity to make $500,000. So, yeah, that's excellent.
Hold on, Brother Vaughn says, Brother Clarence, do you share a job a week every Sunday? I think this is awesome. Yeah, every Sunday, Vaughn. Every Sunday. Black History, Black History Minute, Job of the Week, Hit Parade, the news, and what else do we do? Black Rescuing Black Boys, and maybe a few other things. But that's every Sunday. Every Sunday. Now when we do it during the week, me and Rico can act stupid. but on the weekends, on Sunday, that's when we dedicate just a few minutes for our people, try to get them, push them in the right direction. All right. But thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate it. Vaughn said, I think this is awesome. This is exactly what we should be doing in these spaces. That's why I was so mad at some of your folks, man. They striking me down. I'm like, wait a minute, man. I'm trying to help my people here. Shout out to Mom, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, every Sunday. Okay, so getting back to the job of the week. That was being a plumber. If you guys can, like I said, you start out, you might have to be the dude that goes under the house. You might have to be the guy that takes the coils and digs the holes, and you might have to start out as that dude. But eventually, man, if you just stick with it, you will be able to make this. This is a high amount of money, man. What we got? $60,000 to $500,000 a year. That's a lot of money, brother. That's a lot of money. And then you can invest in your own business and build your own business and be your own boss. We trying to make it happen. We trying to make it happen. All right, that is your job of the week, but dig that. And just like I said about the Black History Minute, dig that. Don't just take our word for it. Go out there and try to not get picked up by plumbing and go out to the plumbing union and see if they won't pick you up.
Yeah.
See if these trucking companies won't pick you up. See, the global economy does not have time to say, well, because you're Black, we're not going to pick it. No, maybe in executive positions that may still be happening as much, but in the trades, just don't have them. It just can't happen, and the ball keep rolling. All right, so go out there and check this stuff out for yourself. All right, Rico. We got to move on, man, because we got a lot to get to. Vaughn says, yeah, very well fine platform, sir. I look forward to it. Oh, man, thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Look forward to having you here, man. That means a lot coming from you, man, because I know you've seen a bunch of different content creators, so that means a lot, man. Appreciate you, brother. All right, we're going to move on, Rico. Rico.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Are you a religious man, Rico?
No.
Okay.
So I always, I speak about it, and I, mostly for the most part, tell my reasons for not being as such. But I have absolutely nothing against religion. It just it's hit my life in different kinds of ways. So
okay, so it hit your life.
We get into the conversation, and I'll follow the conversation wherever we want.
Okay, so
what's that, sir?
My question for asking you that, the reason why I asked you that is because sometimes people that are not quote unquote religious, they may have an issue with other people that are religious, right?
Yeah.
And so they may say to this person, okay, because you are of this faith, then you are restricted to behaving this way. But I am unrestricted. So I have the ability to behave, a certain way, but you, because you qualify yourself as ex-religion, Christian, Muslim, whatever, Jew, you are bound by certain rules where you are not supposed to behave in a certain way. Now, with that being said, can you weaponize someone's religion against them?
I don't think you're weaponizing by calling out the tenets of a person's faith that they claim to follow. And if their actions are not aligning with those tenets, I don't think that's weaponizing it by saying, if someone is going around and they're wearing their religion on their sleeve, especially that, some people are in their faith and they're quiet in their faith and they don't announce it and pronounce it. Those people usually don't run into that problem.
Okay.
I see more people weaponizing their faith for their benefit than I see people weaponizing their faith against them.
Okay, give me an example. Rico.
So, I mean, people will constantly, they create that authority bias. Well, especially I'm a Christian. You don't know. This is what this says. Blah, blah, blah. And it's always to gain an advantage. And I see that far more than I've seen. Okay, there may be a few instances here and there where a non-Christian person will turn it on his head back. But compared to the number of cases that it goes the other way, we ain't even gonna have that conversation. How many people who have abused the fact that most secular people give deference to religious people because we're supposed to be a religious country. So for the most part, I try to give some sort of deference to a religious person because I know I'm not deep into any faith. I don't study any faith. So I'm certainly not going to argue with anybody. I do believe in a lot of tenets of all the faiths. I've never chose one to strictly follow and adhere to. But I've always seen people in any particular faith, it's not even one Christianity, Muslim. I've seen Muslims do it, that they'll just beat you over the head, with the Quran. I've seen Christians will beat you over the head with the Bible. I've seen Jews do it with the Torah and so on and so forth. And that's more problematic for me. And and I don't know if you saw that email I sent you, right?
Yeah.
And that's something that, again, I'm like, oh, that's great. We talking about religion. And I'm like, that hit my news feed through the little local patch, but I don't know how many Christians in here. Again, I don't have nothing against Christians, but in particular,
I did a report, Rico. We must have been on the same page because I had done I already did the report on this.
Oh,
I did this in the I did this in the beginning of the
Southern
stream.
Baptist, like 700, over 700. That 6 was just Maryland. It's all over the country.
Yeah.
You thought it was just Maryland? No, it's 7.
No,
they released the report, and the leaders of the church.
Oh no! You know what I did? I did this for the minute, but I did a list for Missouri.
No,
not Maryland, Missouri.
It's the entire country.
Yeah.
They did a report. It's over 700 credible cases of sex abuse, and I guarantee you, a number of those cases involve children. I guarantee you. And they released the report, and they released names.
Yeah.
They released names of who these people are, and because the woman brought it up, and I'm like, that's the Southern Baptist conference version of the Catholic Church.
Yeah. Hey, at the same thing, the article I was reading, there's a guy from the Catholic Church wrote them a letter saying, "Don't make the same mistakes we made. Jump on this stuff right away."
And they did anyway.
No, they didn't do it.
Nope.
They didn't do it
because it's all about, again, that power. It's to admit, same thing with the Catholic Church, to admit that you have this within your organization. They know it's going to diminish their power in the eyes of their followers. And that's just that power, and that greed is ridiculous because they don't want to. I think even in the back of their mind, they might be like, well, maybe we can just make it go away. They don't want nothing to affect the bottom line, which is that fucking almighty dollar and that power and that influence. And it's in all denominations, and it's fucking sick.
Yeah, it's sad, man, when you have to protect people like that to try to keep your name out of try to save yourself.
Nearly 1,000 sexual abusers. Are we fucking kidding? And and the problem is you hid it for over a decade. So they go from one place to the next place, continuing to do what they did.
Yeah.
And I hope they sue their ass into fucking oblivion.
Yeah, man.
I really do. I hope they get hit with a 50 billion. I wouldn't give it to you. Hid 1,000 sexual abusers and sent them back out into our communities to continue doing what they did. And it wasn't that they didn't know, they knew.
Yeah. That's a terrible situation, man. I mean, And you keep moving that person around and around and around and around, and you know they're gonna be around children. You know they're gonna be around other children. You know they're gonna be around other
So do
people,
you
vulnerable
think
people.
right? So do you think I'm gonna sit there and see somebody that calls themselves a Baptist, affiliated with the Southern Baptists, and not living that way? I'm supposed to take them serious?
No.
I know, but I'm gonna just go like, that's what the first thing that'll come to my mind is like, that's what the fuck is wrong with y'all now. Y'all preaching one thing and doing something else. So that's where it comes. So it's I don't consider that weaponizing. If I know the tenets of the faith is saying that you shouldn't be doing A, B, C, and D, and you're doing it.
Okay.
Then I'm like, I ain't weaponizing it against you. You're weaponizing it against yourself.
Okay.
Or stop calling yourself a thing that you, because from my understanding, like your tenets, it tells you, like, just one thing I know, you're not supposed to eat certain like pork products. Right? If I see you eating a goddamn BLT, I'm gonna tell you, Clarence, get out my face. Right. I see you with a slab of pork ribs, and I'm like,
go Islam.
And right. So if I weaponizing it against you, or are you doing it because you're not following the tenet?
Good question. Let me Hanifa got a question. Shout out to Queen Hanifa. All right, so Hanifa has a question. Says is weaponizing or holding them to a standard of the religion they are a part of.
Right.
Now, there's a thing. Depends on the situation, Hanifa. Like I said, like the situation that Rico's describing, yeah, okay. Your religion says you're not supposed to do X, and we see you doing X. Yet I'm trying to hold you to a standard, but I'm not following my own standard.
Yeah,
that would be called a hypocrite, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even following my own standard, but I'm trying to hold you to a standard of behavior, right?
Yep.
Then you have the other situation where people try to control your behavior by saying, "Hey, wait a minute." They entice you, and then they say, "Wait a minute, you can't respond like this because you're of this religion, so you can't respond." But you hit me. I know, but you can't hit me back because you're not supposed to. You don't supposed to hit me back. How many times supposed to hit? Well, you're supposed to turn the cheek 70 times, right? You ain't supposed to touch me.
Well, let me go one further, right? Because we all know what happened Tuesday, right?
Right.
And
okay. What happened Tuesday?
In Texas.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I was, they're starting like it's really kind of sad because the town only had they got to prepare for 21 funerals. They only got 2 funeral homes in the whole town, so they're overwhelmed. This, that, whatever. But what stood out to me was, I guess apparently the town is pretty religious.
Yeah.
It's a pretty religious town,
Catholic.
and I listened to the father. And I'm trying to understand him, but I'm really not. And he's like, I'm very religious, And he just right away, for his 9-year-old daughter who got deleted, he forgave the guy. And
I don't know if I could do that one.
Huh?
I don't know if I could do that one.
That's what I'm saying. But again, that is part of his teaching.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not religious, so it's easy for me to say fuck that shit. So yeah. I'm just saying is we're going right back into speaking about the parallel that you said is like somebody could tell all those people. And I don't think everybody's going to forgive them, but maybe they all will. I don't know. We know that we had the guy that the cop killed in Dallas, and his family was very religious, and they forgave her. And even some of the family members of the Mother Emanuel Church in South Carolina. And these are all religious people. So I do see a lot of religious people, real Christians, that as we would call them, who do through thick and thin, and even through having their loved ones deleted, adhering to their religion and their faith at all times. Then I see other ones who just shit. They toss it off in a heartbeat. Yeah. But to me, like you said, faith or no faith, I'm not forgiving nobody for deleting my love. I'm not. There's not a book, a faith in this world that's going to move me to do that. And maybe that's why I'm not religious, because it's just certain. I don't know, but that I did see that, and I thought that was kind of interesting. And I don't judge. The first thing came to my mind is like, he's fucking crazy, and it's still sitting back there. But I'm like, I can't judge this man.
Yeah,
lost his child.
That's good. Yeah,
He still decided to do it, but I'm still. So I got both thoughts in my head. I feel a great deal of empathy for the father who lost his child, and if he deemed his heart big enough to be able to forgive the person. Nah, me, I want him to come back alive so I can kill that motherfucker myself. I just, all those kids, I ain't never gonna get in the. I'm going straight to hell if I have to. I just can't. So,
Dr. College had a saying, man, that he would say, "Hey, they need." He said, "You kill them, and then we need to bring them back and kill them again because they didn't die hard enough." Right? Well, talking about people that actually did some evil to you.
Yeah.
But man, this dude, man, he didn't die hard enough, man. I mean, damn. No. I mean, he, man. But hey, but here's the thing, Rico. Here's the thing. As a, I'm learning. I'm a student. I think Vaughn would call himself a student too. We're students in this teaching. He's a student of Christianity. I'm a student of Islam. We're students. We're always learning. We're always trying to learn. We don't got it. Now you have some people that come out here and say, "I got it. I've been preaching for 10 years. I got it all. I know everything, and you need to listen to me." Right? Yeah. But I don't think he and I come off like that. We try to come off as, "Hey, man, this is the way it's going for me." Because let me talk about me. Vaughn can talk for itself. But for me, I've seen too many brothers that Christianity worked for them. I've seen too many brothers Islam worked for them. I've seen too many brothers Judaism worked for them. I see it worked for them. So for me, who am I to say to another person, "Hey, we got all the answers over here in this religion. Yeah, this may have answers for me, the type of person I am, but the type of person you are, that may have all the answers for you there." So I've seen so many different types of brothers, man. So I know better than to say, "Oh, well, it's only one road to the promised land." No, it's many roads to the promised land. Well, the only thing we got to do is respect each other when we bump into each other, because we all trying to get to the same place. But here's the issue, Rico. A guy like that has lost his daughter, man, in such a violent and horrible type of situation. He might be in the point where he says, "Man, if I don't forgive this man, I'm going to carry this. So this thing's going to eat me alive. It's going to eat me alive. I got to forgive the man so that I can move on with my life." Because what else is there to do?
Right.
I mean, really, what else is there you can do? Yeah. Either you're going to move on or you're going to delete yourself. What else? What else are you really going to do? And especially if you got other children, you can't just go off the reservation because you lost one. You got to keep going, right? Yep. That's what they don't tell you when that baby comes out in the hospital. They don't put that on the flyer, right? Yep. Things may occur that you may not have planned for, right? They don't. That's what they should tell you, but they don't tell you that part, right? But I'm just saying. So his religion may be the bridge out of that horrible situation for him. You know what I'm saying? That may be the way he can forgiving that young man, allow him to be able to reestablish his life. I'm not saying he's gonna forget that it ever happened, but just forgiving the man and letting that go, the horrible thing go, where he lets the anger go, where it don't eat him up inside and drive him out of his mind. And so people have different kinds of ways of dealing with different kinds of situations. But we're talking about the weaponization of religion, right? Yep. Can it be weaponized? I think on both ends it can be weaponized. You brought up a good point, Rico. You can weaponize it from the inside, right? That's how all these Catholics, that's how all these priests And don't think it ain't happening in the mosque. It's happening in the mosque too, where people are getting taken advantage of, right?
Yeah.
It's anywhere where people recognize an authority and they bend to that authority without question. They bend to that authority, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you have a situation like that, they call what they call people like that? They call them sheep, right?
Yeah.
Because a sheep will follow anybody. They'll follow anybody, right? There's a goat called a Judas goat that they use to get the sheep into the slaughterhouse. So this goat is a little tiny goat. It goes into the slaughterhouse, right? And it leads the sheep into the slaughterhouse where they're gonna put the gas on them, right? Okay, so there's a little door that the Judas goat can get out. The sheep can't. They're too big. They can't get out that gate. They can't get out that door. So Judas goat is able to escape, and the sheep, of course, you know what I mean. But that's the Bible uses the analogy of us as sheep, where we will follow almost anybody, right? We will follow almost anybody. I mean, if they got a nice suit on and they saying what we want them to say, and they dancing down the aisle or whatever, we'll follow them, right? And we get with the program. But then we might find out later, this person been doing this. We didn't know. Case in point, our good brother Eddie Long. Are you familiar with Eddie Long?
You knew who I was thinking about, right? Lord, work.
Oh man, our brother Eddie Long. Okay, our brother Eddie Long. Vaughn said they don't put that on the memo. Yeah, they don't put that on the memo when you have a baby, brother. They don't put that on the memo, man. Yeah, our good brother Eddie Long. We're gonna get into Eddie Long. Let me read this. Let me read a couple of these chats. Let's see. Hanifa says, "I'm sorry, but any religion that believes that their way is the only way to God can never be non-judgmental. It's damn near impossible. They proselytize for this very reason." Yeah, but Hanifa, you know what it is? Religion. The word religion means way of life, right? That's all. That's the only thing a religion is, the way of life. If you play basketball every day, that's your religion, right? It's the way how you live your life, right? So some people, but most of these, the three major religions, is like they like garments, right? So some people wear their garment and it's it's unrevealing, and then some people wear garments and all tight and it's revealing everything, right? Anyway, I'm telling you, hey, I'm the one. This is the only way, and this is this. I told you guys one time I was gonna do some business with this Christian dude. And we were talking everything, and he comes in, he sees the Final Call on my desk, and he goes, "What's this?" I said, "It's the Final Call newspaper. You never heard of that?" He said, "Are you Muslim?" I said, "Yeah." "What's wrong?" And he said, "Wait a minute. I didn't know that." I said, "Yeah, well, what's the problem? I mean, I know you Christian. I was going to do business with you. You don't want to do business with me just because I'm Muslim?" He said, "I can't." I said, "Why not?" He said, "I can't." He said, I can't do it, man. I'm sorry." I said, "Okay, it's no problem, man." I said, it's better that you told me now than before we got started. But we had spent all this hour talking about how we could do business together and everything. But my point is this. He was so stuck on the fact that I was Islamic and that he had the right way and I had the wrong way, till he wasn't even willing to do business, or he wasn't even willing to talk, or he wasn't even willing to try to, hey, save me. You ain't gonna even try to save me? Remember, there was an episode of Seinfeld, man, where Elaine's boyfriend, he's a Christian, right?
Yeah.
And he never talks about Christianity to Elaine. And Elaine is trying to figure out why he ain't trying to save me. You should be trying to save me.
Well, there are people of certain denominations that believe. I mean, I saw that early on in life, and which might have started my path of secularism and just like not shunning religion, but always having a hard time, because even like a lot of people I knew, especially like obviously if you're Black, you grew up predominantly Christian, and predominantly that Southern Christian. At one point, I would probably say at one point in time in American history, probably like 90% of blacks were Southern Christian of that, born out of the fruit of that tree. We didn't have a lot of people in Islam at that time.
Right.
Didn't have a lot of black Jews. It's pretty much if you were black,
Right.
you were going to be,
Yeah.
and you weren't even Protestant. You were Baptist. That was what predominated on the fucking plantations and just permeated traditionally throughout. You were
Right.
Baptist, period. You weren't Catholic, you were Baptist. And the funny thing about it is though, then you started getting certain people in these strains where they will basically tell you, if you ain't Baptist, you might as well just jump into the lakes of fire and hell.
Yeah, right.
So that was that whole narrative was just like such a huge turnoff in the way that they sold their religion. It was like, it's this or you're going to hell. You're going to hell, you're going to be saved, or it's this or you're going to hell. You're going to. So it was almost like they were at one point they were trying to lock up the blacks to say, we got the blacks and you can't get the blacks from us. And just the way that they sold it, and and basically it was kind of crazy because after a while, I think the only thing that probably got more African Americans kind of out of that train of thought, and maybe religion as a whole, is if you study history, you saw how religion worldwide was used in the name of so many atrocities that existed, whether it's Islam, Christianity. I ain't never heard about no Buddhists on no rampage killing nobody, but I don't know. maybe you go over there in Thailand or Malaysia somewhere, they'll tell you about some shit. Oh, them Buddhists some bad motherfuckers. I don't know. But I know, in the name of Islam, in the name of Christianity, even in the name of Judaism, there was some horrible fucking atrocities that existed in history. So being a race that came out of slavery, is it a stretch to say, the descendant of slaves could say, miss me with that religious bullshit? Because we do know that was used as a justification. And they can't, so I don't knock religious people, but they can't say historically that it's same thing with the Catholics. I'm like, y'all are not going to sit there and say that shit like the Inquisition and everything did not exist and y'all was burning motherfuckers at the stake and all this other shit, all in the name of religion.
Yeah, man.
With this bullshit, okay? I'm not saying that that's what they're saying to do today. We're just saying there was a point in time in history where every religion was pretty fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah. So here's the thing. So like I was saying about it being a garment. So once you had when you had that analogy, then you have now you can step out and say, well, then see what happens in religion is cliques, right? It's where cliques first came into really is in religion. So in Christianity, you got cliques, you got the Baptists, you got the Episcopalians, you got the Methodists, you got it right, you got all these people, right? You got all these different cliques,
Lutheran, right? on and on.
Same thing in Islam. You got the Shiite, the Sunni. You got all these different cliques, quote unquote, right? And everybody's saying, "I know we're doing it right, not you. You're not doing it right. We're doing it right."
You got the same thing in Judaism. You got Orthodox Jews,
right?
Just
Hamitic.
Hamitic.
You got all kinds of different stuff going on, right?
It's all a power thing. It's all a power thing, even within the religion. Which is how certain faiths broke off because maybe the people that were at the top of the hierarchy at that time became closed off, closed-minded, consolidated power. So then another branch decided to break out, or the breakout branch. When you look at it all, it always come back down to tribes and the thirst for power and control.
Yeah. Control. That's why I would say definitely for the control and especially of the resources nearby. they want to control, and so they say our group is going to control the resource. No, our group is going to control the resource. No, our group is going to control the resource. So it's always that struggle there. It's always that struggle there. Now, let's move it into a civilized construct that we're living in today, because we know, can religion be weaponized? It has, right? You just described it. The Crusades, the Moors, you know, the witch hunt, Salem witch hunts, right?
Inquisition.
we're gonna dunk you underwater, and if you die, then you are a righteous woman. If you survive, then you're a witch, right?
Either way you dying.
Yeah, exactly, right. Because you're not gonna get out of it, because
and
the reason why they did that, and I read about the reason why they did that, because they were jumping on them young girls.
Yeah,
and they didn't want the young girls to start talking about it, so they would call them a witch, like what we actually talking about right now. So instead of saying I jumped on this young girl, put me in the stockade, or whatever you're gonna do to me, they would say, oh, this person's a witch.
Yeah.
And so, well, we got to see if she is a witch. Let's give it a witch test. Let's dunk her in the water, and if she survives being underwater for 5 minutes, then we know that her soul went to heaven and she was a good woman. But if she's alive when we bring her back up, then we know we got
burning her ass at the stake.
Exactly, but we ain't never gonna get the chance to burn her at the stake, because she ain't gonna never survive no 5 minutes underwater, right?
Nope. Unless her ass a fish.
There's a foolproof plan right there. But anyway, so in today's construct, so how can religion be weaponized in today's construct? In other words, let's talk about it from the outside in. In other words, I'm a person that I don't believe in Christianity. I don't believe in no religion, right? But how can I weaponize that person's religion against them by saying to them, hey, you ain't supposed to do X, Y, and Z. Now, I can do it, but I'm going to put you in a position where the normal person would respond this way, but you can't respond that way. And if you do respond that way, then you can't call yourself this religious person. Now, I can see in a situation where it's a random situation like what happened down there in Texas. That's a random situation. But I'm talking about where a person has the intent, like the Quran say, doing something while you know what your true intention is. You know what your true intention is, but you want to make it look like it's not that. That's not your true intention. But then you weaponize somebody's religion against them. And my question to you is, do people still do that? And why would they do it? Why would someone do something like that?
What do you mean? I'm not understanding.
In other words, there's people out here, they don't believe in no religion, right? They're kind of like yourself. They don't, I mean, they kind of like, they're a good person because they kind of like take what they think is a good thing of this situation, but they don't say, I'm a hardcore, I'm this religion or I'm that religion, right? They kind of just try to be a good person, right?
Right.
Okay, there's some people that's like that. A lot of people like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so, but there are some people that are, they don't believe in it. They just, what's the word I want to use?
Well, there's atheists, they're agnostic.
Agnostic, that's the word I want to use. Okay, so they're agnostic, right? So they pretty much don't have no favor towards nothing of no, organized nothing. So my point is, those type of people, can they weaponize a person's religion against them?
I still struggle with, I guess, the word weaponizing, because again, for me, is you can't weaponize a person's, if the person isn't living by the tenets of the religion, then do they really have the religion? You know what I'm saying? It's like, are you a religious person if you're not living, you said the definition of religion is the way of life.
It's just a way of life.
A way of life.
Of life.
So how do you call yourself religious if you're not living that way of life? And you know what I'm saying? So I think maybe people are labeling themselves something that they're not, and then get offended because people use that thing against them because you claimed it. So if you told me you was a bird, then don't get mad if I say, well, motherfucker, let me see you fly. Oh, there you go. You said you was a bird. You said you was a bird. Then let me see you fucking fly. Am I weaponizing it by challenging you to be the very thing that you claim to be, if in fact you're not it? But you claimed it. I didn't claim it. So I don't see people aren't going. I'm not, until you told me you was a Muslim, I didn't know you was a damn Muslim. So how am I going to weaponize it? But if you're wearing it on your sleeve to lord over me or hang over my head, then how am I weaponizing against you if I say, okay, well, why are you not doing this? Am I weaponizing it, or are you falsely claiming to be something you're not?
That's the line I want to get right to on that line, Rico. What's the difference? What is the difference? Right?
People shouldn't be claiming to be things that they're not. You just have to be very careful about knowing that real religious people, and I hate even using that term because I'm not, but wouldn't you? So when we sit there, we talk about the suffering, right? Isn't that supposed to, as far as I think, supposed to be part of the Christianity? I suffered to show my allegiance to Jesus because he suffered. Not saying that you have to be poor, but you expect, from the little bit of religion I know about Christianity, some of the ones that didn't seem so money hungry kind of said that, we're okay with life being hard because it was hard for Jesus. We work to be righteous and so on and so forth, but you don't go, woe is me. You continue to help the sick, the poor, the struggling, because that's what Jesus did.
Right.
He was without. He just didn't matter. He still tried to live and our reward will come when we're no longer of this earth. So that's what little bit I know of it. So that's fine. I ain't gonna say never. I don't make a habit of going out here trying to throw people's religion in their face unless they are throwing that shit in mine.
That's
if
what
you're
point I want to get to,
and over and over throwing it in my face, oh yeah, you're gonna get that business when I catch you slipping.
Yeah,
you better not let me catch you slipping. And I just think that I don't think that's weaponizing.
That was my point. That's why I wanted to get the difference between if you weaponizing it, meaning that you're not going out there on purpose.
I can only weaponize it if you. Right. I can only weaponize your religion if you turn it into a weapon. See, some people use their religion, as a weapon against others, in particular, secular, non-religious people.
Right.
Oh, you a heathen. They use words like heathen. You're not this. You're not that. I'm godly. Boom, 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 boom. So that weapon, don't let me catch you slipping, because I'm going to turn that sword, the tongue, right back against your ass with the very weapon that you used against me.
Right.
So if I'm out here in the streets drinking, womanizing, and everything else, don't let me catch your ass. No, I ain't weaponized it. You did. I'm just using that weapon against you because you weaponized it in the first place.
Leave me alone with my pork chops, Rico.
So that's the whole thing is, if you're a religious person and you're not wearing it on your sleeve and you're not beating and bashing people over the head with it, you ain't gonna get that back. It's only those, and that's why usually.
No, but Rico, I've seen people get
it. But I'll tell you this, like you said, the religious leaders, that's why they get it, because they are sitting there at the pulpit every day, 7 days a week, using that faith as a religion to slay the unfaithful, the heathens, and so on and so forth. Okay, so when we talked about Mr. Long, Bishop Eddie Long, hell yeah,
Ooh.
he gonna get the business.
Oh yeah.
How
Man.
he gonna sit up
Lord,
there with a
Lord.
jerry curl and tight shirts every Sunday, slaying people? In
Yeah.
particular, had
Yeah.
dogma against the alphabet community, and then it comes out that you sitting there having dalliance with young men. Because he had a huge dogma against the alphabet community.
Yes.
Huge. If you look at his,
Yes.
he had a
He sure
huge
did.
dogma
He
against
sure
the
did.
alphabet community. And I'm like, oh
He was
Lord,
on
he
them.
didn't even
He
get
was
caught
on
with
them.
young girls. He got caught with young boys.
He was on the alphabet community tough. Yeah, he
So
was.
nah, ain't nobody weaponized it against him. They righteously slayed his ass for the hypocrisy. That's the same thing with the guy that's down there now that took his place. Bryant. He's
Yeah.
from up here in Baltimore with about
Yeah.
6-7 outside babies.
The single mother slayer. Yeah.
Again, but always got something
Yeah.
to say about
Yeah.
somebody else.
Yeah,
So
man.
you
Yeah.
know that's all I'm saying, and the list goes on. So when we're talking about these religious leaders, man, they terrible. They
Yeah.
terrible. Whether it goes to Falwell, Swaggart, you know, it ain't just the black one; it's the white ones too, and
Yeah.
all these prosperity pimps. Oh man, I ain't even gonna talk about how you gonna follow a nigga named Dollar. Nigga named Dollar. And what the fuck is a crack? I'm like,
That's his name, Rico.
yeah, okay.
That's his name.
And that's all he trying to do is every
Dollar is about the dollar.
So
Dollar
there
is
are
about
a
the
lot
dollar,
of
man.
examples again. And like I said, I don't even when I hear about a religious leader falling, we got to replace the word short because these niggas fell long.
Okay, well,
They
let me
didn't
ask you
fall
this.
short. They fell by a great deal. I'm just not even surprised anymore. I don't think anybody is, and that's the problem. It should
Okay.
be a huge controversy, but it's almost like every week.
Let me ask you this, Rico. What should a preacher look like then? I mean, because you know, black people, if a preacher is busted and busted down, they are not going to follow a preacher like that.
Okay, then but the bottom line is, what is the purpose of preaching? Are you preaching to gain a bunch of followers, or are you just preaching to spread the word?
Well, how can you spread the word if you don't have no followers?
You can spread the word because you spread the word. Jesus went from place to place to place and just spoke his word. Those who chose
I
to
agree with that.
Well, he didn't keep sitting there and then hammering till he spoke. He went to the next place. He spoke. He went to the next place. He spoke.
Agreed.
He went to the next place. And that's what that's what it is. They're getting caught up into. I'm not successful unless I got this big congregation. I mean, some preachers have 10,000 souls and ain't saved none.
Yeah.
Some will have 100 and save them all. So would you rather have 10,000 souls and never save none, or would you rather have 50 and save them all?
Yeah, see, it depends on the person.
That's what you're going to be judged and rewarded on. Not how many souls you had in the pews, how many did you save and bring over to the glory? Because all them niggas in there ain't saved and ain't going to be saved. A lot of them sitting in that big old church down there, they went in full of sin, they coming out full of sin. And ain't nothing going to change. They just spent the Sunday afternoon in finery.
Okay.
That's all. And that's not saving souls. See what I'm saying? So when you talk about what they look good, it's not about what he looks like. It's about his soul. It's like you're supposed to be going to church for salvation.
Right.
That's what you're supposed to be going for. So what needs to look good is how he's living, the words he's speaking out his mouth, the empathy and sympathy that he has for his fellow man, how he's trying to lead by example. That's what needs to look good to me. I wouldn't give a damn if he was standing up there in the pulpit in some Timbs and some jeans and a t-shirt. What is he talking about?
Right. But what I'm saying, Rico, is
I go to occasionally when me and my wife do go. Well, my wife's Catholic, so we go once a year to the Catholic church. And then a good friend of mine is very religious, and he's big in usher, but he goes to a non-denominational church, and it's a good sized church. But that pastor, every Sunday is in jeans and sneakers and a shirt. It's a white guy.
Yeah.
And the congregation is a mixture of everything. You know, a lot of immigrants from Africa and Asia
Yeah.
and Latin America and black and white
Yeah.
and everything. And he ain't never in a suit. He's never, and
Right.
he preaches one of the best sermons that I've seen in a long time. So, you know, it's that, you know, if I was to be pulled back into, I'm more closely being pulled back into someone who the only thing that I need to see dressed up is what he says and the manner that he speaks. And it's all biblical over and over and over, but he ain't shouting, he ain't yelling. He's just speaking. He's reading from the Bible. They're reading scripture. He talks with a level tone. He's just, and people gravitate towards him. I'll send you well, you Muslim, so I don't think you.
Oh man, but I listen to Christian
but so
preachers.
you can see what
I
I'm
listen to
talking
Christian preachers.
about, and
Yeah.
then you'll be like, oh, it's like, and that's a non-denominational church. Probably got like maybe 4,000 or 5,000 members. Big church. But it's not the fire and brimstone. It's not it's non-denominational and has a very, very diverse congregation. The ministry is diverse. They have all these classes and so on and so forth. I just think signing up because I know I'm not ready to be that committed. So every time I go, they get my email. They ain't getting my phone number. You ain't getting my phone number. Call me to death. No, because I'm just not ready to be that committed. So but my
Rico,
wife
can you
loves it. and
Rico,
she's-
can you please not come to church this way?
Yeah.
We don't want the lightning to strike the building again.
My wife loves it, and she's Catholic. You know what I'm saying? She's raised Catholic 100%, and
Right.
so that's just an outsider's point of view and perspective. So I came up with my grandmother with the fire and brimstone church and stuff like that. And
Right.
you'd be there from Sunday morning to Sunday night, and
You
all
talking
the
about black
shouting.
people church?
Yeah, all the shouting,
Okay,
yelling, and running
yeah.
up and down the aisle, and the dancing, and the Holy Ghost, and all that. So but it just wasn't nothing that was getting through to me. You know, fell out, went back in and tried again, still wouldn't, you know, so that's a process that we go through in life. So, you know, if a significant event hit me, I was like, okay, maybe I need to try to go back to church. But even with deaths and whatnot, I didn't feel better going back to it. And then, you know, I've even been to a Jewish synagogue when I was in the military. Because when I was in the army, I was going to everybody's church.
Yeah.
I was doing anything I could to get out of work. So I went to everybody's service. And I learned a lot about them. I saw that there were more in common than different, but none of them moved me the way that I
got
felt.
it, Patrice.
I just think there are a lot of people like that. And the last thing I'll say, because I've been going on is that no matter what, it's a documented, indisputable fact that not just America, but the world, except for maybe a few third world, but the Western world is becoming more and more secular and less religious. And that's just a fact. That's an indisputable fact. Each generation that comes up, there are fewer and fewer. So all churches, for whatever reason, if you start doing, even like you said, the Nation of Islam, their numbers have plummeted from what it was at the high. It just it just is. And more we see things. I'm like, probably by the time I leave here, I it's no telling what the religious population of the Western world will be.
Yeah, it's going down, man. Every place is getting hit hard, man.
And I'm not killing it. Exactly. And it's every religion too. Even I was surprised, even Judaism, they're dropping off like flies, but people are just no longer practicing, no longer worshiping, no longer believing. And to the thumpers, you can deem us going to hell or whatever the case is. Most of us feel like, to be honest with you, most of us feel like we living in hell. So when you say you're going to go to hell, it's like, okay, been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you know, talking about what happened too. It's like, you know, it's hell on earth almost.
Well, let me read this article, Rico, because Patrice really wants me to read this article. So
okay.
Let me read this article. Jamie Foxx never thought I would live in a Christian society where they would let little children die over and over again. Texas native Jamie Foxx joined the chorus of voices wondering how something like the school massacre in Uvalde could happen in the United States of America. The comedian who himself recently moved in subduing, who was recently involved in subduing a man who attacked Dave Chappelle on stage, posted 16 Uvalde victims' photos and wrote, "Uh-oh, what's going on with my doggone it? Take that. I'm trying to pull it down. Hold on, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
It's hey, whenever something goes wrong on this channel, it's Rico's fault.
I knew that was coming.
It's Rico's fault. We having technical difficulties, and it's Rico's fault. But Rico don't have it. Yeah, I know, but
Me and them libations.
It's still Rico's fault.
And happy Memorial Day weekend to everybody here spending their time with us.
Yeah. Thank you, Rico, for hitting that up.
And blessings to any of your dearly departed, recent or far. That's what the holiday's supposed to be about, other than just cooking out and sitting in the yard, sipping on libations like myself. But
yeah, man, I should have barbecued. Damn,
yeah, but that's the holiday's about more than barbecue, and it's about our remembrance of the important people in our lives. It's not a veterans holiday like people get confused. Like this Memorial Day is not for the veterans. That's Veterans Day. This is for anybody in your life that is no longer with us. We used to go to the cemetery tomorrow, but we know that ain't happening.
Yeah, man.
We've even fell off on honoring the dead the way we used to. And that was a big part of religion, but people just don't do it. I'm guilty as hell as the rest of them. If you regularly go see anybody in your family that's dearly departed, I tip my hat to you. The 99.9% of us Americans don't. Once we put them in the ground, that's the last time we see them.
Yeah, man.
So we bring in somebody else there. We like, I'll come back to see you, mama, when we bring you some company.
Yeah.
But we don't go like we used to.
All right. Oh man. I'm like, what's going on with my computer, man? It's okay. Let me use this other computer. All right. Texas native Jamie Foxx joined the chorus of voices wondering how something like the school massacre in Uvalde could happen in the United States. He recently involved in subduing a man who attacked Dave Chappelle on stage. Posted 16 Uvalde victims' photos and posted and wrote, "Little angels, my heart goes out to your families. My heart goes out to your families. Never thought I would live in a society, a Christian society, where they would let little children die over and over again and still not change any laws. If the people in this country are leaders and so-called Christians, if they are going to heaven, I'll pass." Holy smokes. Holy smokes, man. Let's see. He has pictures.
I heard nothing wrong yet.
Oh man, he has pictures here, man, of these 16 victims, man. Holy smokes, man. Babies, man. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
These are just the children, and some more what you call it, teachers and everything got shot. It's unfortunate, man. Unfortunate situation. All right. There's been an outpouring of disbelief, outrage, and calls for action after the tragedy. Earlier this week, Beto O'Rourke confronted Texas Governor Greg Abbott at a news conference, accusing state leaders of doing nothing to address gun violence. Uvalde native Matthew McConaughey wrote, "This is an epidemic we can control, and whichever side of the aisle we may stand on, we all know that we can do better. We must do better. Action must be taken so that no parent has to experience what the parents in Uvalde and the others before them have endured." Holy smokes! What do you think about that, Rico?
I don't have a problem with what he said. I don't. I mean, it's the truth. They're not going to do anything about it. Nothing's going to change. It's the same old. It's never going to change. That's just. That's what I give us 2 weeks and it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again. It's funny because I saw one guy say, "Yeah, this is America. This is America." You know, what did I hear the stat?
Yeah.
Who was it? The Golden State Warriors and somebody before the basketball game took a moment out, and then the baseball team. And I didn't realize they said something like in America, something like every 3 or every 8 minutes, a black man dies by gun violence. Like every 8 minutes. Every 8 minutes of every day, the number that are killed by homicide. I mean, it could be gang shooting, whatever, just the totality.
Right.
And I'm like, and y'all want to say that guns ain't the fucking problem? I just don't.
People, man.
Huh?
They say it's the people.
Yeah, I know, but the guns ain't had nothing to do with it. They just
No.
like they make this ridiculous argument like as if the level of homicides would be the same if we took all the guns out of the country, that the level of homicides would be the same. They would not.
Right.
They would not. It's just no way. People will not. Most people don't have the guts to go around killing people with knives. That's generally just not the way. The suicide would. The leading cause of suicide is gun. The leading manner of suicide is guns.
Yeah.
You know, and people ain't who the fuck is. Ain't nobody there's no samurais that's committing whatever the thing they called you where they disemboweled themselves with. So I'm like, we ain't got no samurais. We ain't got the ball. The next thing people gonna go to is taking pills. They ain't doing that. And again, not too many people. It's hard to commit suicide by pills because you don't even know how many to take or what to take. 9 times out of 10, your ass gonna pass out. You're gonna wake up and
throw them up anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but the gun is the one thing that is quick, efficient to take your life if that's what you want to do. And we know it, and I know the politicians know it. They just don't want to give up them fucking guns. They just don't want to. That's all. But that is the thing that needs to fix the problem. You know.
Yeah, it's hard, man, because you want to take the guns away from the bad people and make sure only the good people have them.
I'm gonna take away from everybody, because the thing is, when we talk about these suicides, those aren't bad people. Those are people with problems.
But I'm talking about the people, the
everybody want to look to the gangbangers, just that, whatever. But I'm like, that's not the vast majority of gun ownership. That's the problem. That's not the majority of guns. There are a lot of gang members with guns. That's not the fucking majority. Probably law-abiding people outnumber illegal gun ownership probably 5 to 1. So even if we removed all of the illegal guns, just does nothing for the suicide. That does nothing for the accidental shooting. That does nothing for the domestic violence. That does nothing for any of these other instances where people still have access to guns.
I don't know, Rico.
Let me tell you this. The guy Tuesday, what gang was he in? He was in a fucking dress the week before.
Right. So, but I'm saying,
that's all I'm saying.
If I call a cop, I want a cop to have a gun on his hip.
And Connecticut, Sandy Hook, right? But Sandy Hook, that kid wasn't in a gang. He was an influence. He came from influence. The little motherfucker was crazy, and we can't see crazy. We can't see crazy. We just can't. And usually we don't know crazy until it's too late.
Yeah.
It's after the school is shot up. So they don't care. That's why they're not going to try to do anything about it. That kid bought 2 guns within a week apart, 2 AR-15 weapons within a week of turning fucking 18. That's ridiculous. Man. Make the age go up to 25 at least.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
They're not gonna do that, man.
They don't care. They don't care about those kids. They certainly don't care about the ones from Tuesday because they were predominantly of a certain persuasion.
Right.
They certainly don't care about them. They just don't.
Right. All right, Rico.
Yep.
All right, we talked about weaponizing religions, but let's talk about how to pick your YouTube spaces, man. Okay, so when I pick a YouTube space, I mean a page of somebody who I would follow or I would listen to their content. You know, I'm sort of looking at stuff that I probably would be interested myself into, right?
Mm-hmm.
but most of us, a lot of us pick pages based on, drama. Is
What do
that
you mean,
good?
as far as viewing?
Yeah, as far as viewing, well, we give them watch time. We give them. We might even sub to them. We might not. We may not be like all of their content, but we want to make sure that we catch the drama that they got going on.
Well,
right?
we're all for entertainment. Yeah.
So that's what people. So people are picking their YouTube spaces based on their entertainment desires, right?
For the most part, I mean, hell, shit, reality TV's popular. We know that's trash. Reality TV is very popular. It's trash. We know it's not even real. But the untold numbers of millions of dollars that's made. I mean, we got entire celebrities. I mean, we got celebrities. We got a culture today where celebrities are made celebrities and they have no discernible fucking talent at all.
Okay.
Zero. The Kardashians have zero fucking talents and skill sets. They're billionaires, and they're not the only ones. You have all these IG influencers. I'm like, how the fuck does what they say matter?
Wow.
And half of them are saying like the most dumbest shit. Like I said, I watched the clip where everybody was going after the girl B. Simone, who said,
"Yeah,
with the king," and it's just like they're getting dumber and dumber every day, and they're big. The audience is getting stupider, which is making the performer stupider. It used to be a point in time where, and I think it was Vivica Fox or somebody said it, and it's true. And of course, everybody mad at her because she's old.
Shout out to Brother Sim, by the way.
It's true is that these people are celebrities and stars for no damn reason. And they aren't. It's like, can someone name a single solitary talent that any Kardashian has? None. Yeah, they are. They just are, and we reward it through viewership and watches, and advertisers don't care. The advertisers saying, look, we checked the numbers. All these dumbasses is watching it, so I'm going to push my product.
Yeah, here's a bunch of money.
If we didn't, they would go away. But, not like I said, the Kardashians are the biggest no-talent brand, but they're not the only no-talent brand. There are hundreds of no-talent brands out there that are being successful and making money for nothing.
Right.
And that's not even an argument. No one even, they'll be like, well, she's a good business talent. The fuck kind of business talent is? You fools are going to give her your money no matter what.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't giving her money. If you're watching that show, you're getting those advertisers to cut her a check. Hell, I can manage that business, and I've never run a business a day in my life. If I can sit here and get 50 or 100 million people to watch this shit and advertise, I think me and Carm be all right. I think we'll figure it out. We may not get it right on the first one, but I promise you, by the second show, we'll have it figured out. Because it's like, okay, they're going to come back no matter what. So I'm going to keep the bag up. I'm going to pay somebody, go make me a brand called the Two Drunken Dinosaurs. I don't care. They don't like it. And we're just going to run this hustle. We're going to run this hustle until the train jump the tracks. But that's not a talent. That's not a talent. I think they know they don't have a talent.
I think they understand that, man. Yeah.
Them tried to say she was going to do, what is it? They call it the baby bar in California, where you sit there and work with a law firm and you become a lawyer. And I don't know if she ever finally, I know at one point she failed the bar, then she passed it. Ain't nobody, I bet you this. If she ever passed that bar, I don't see a fool on the planet that's going to hire her ass for a case. I defend myself first.
Not one that's not out of prison.
I would, if I was in prison. Rico, you can have Kim. I'm good. I got this.
Hey, her rep is good in prisons, man. She got a lot of guys out of prison.
Excuse me, she can rep. She ain't going before no fucking judge for me.
Yeah.
You can go before the news cameras for me,
Right.
but you ain't going before no judge and fuck around. I came in here with a traffic ticket. Now I'm on death row.
Yeah.
No, hell no, because she ain't qualified.
Yeah.
But that's what we do. We will uplift unqualified people in spaces because it's okay. It's entertaining. It's fun. It's who we like. So whatever, you know.
Well, what is it that makes you subscribe to a person, Rico? What makes you subscribe to a person when you see
I'm just
their
as
content?
guilty. I'm just as guilty as everybody else. There's a certain level of entertainment that I ascribe to. That if it's funny, it's funny. And I know I watch some channels that are not good, but they're fucking funny. I don't support, but I'll support with the likes and the views, because if it's funny, it's funny. For the most part, ones that I try to be active in are channels that speak to my interests. Like I'm up here with your old dinosaur ass. Because you speak in a way and in a manner, and for the most part about topics that I'm more interested in than other channels. Some channels that I did subscribe to, a lot of times when you initially subscribe, and this is the part that I do want to push out, okay? So when people talk about sub counts, and I tell people all the time, you'll have content creators, and I'm like, they got like 10, 20, 30,000 subs, but they're not doing a lot of business. I'm like, because there may have been something that made them get a lot of subs, but that doesn't mean that that's engagement or active participation, because we do know, as I've told another content creator, as a viewer, most of us are, I come to YouTube, I'm fucking lazy. I'm not coming here to do all this work and all this research and all this investigation. So if you can, in a minute or two, engage me in a way that I think I want to engage in your channel or watch your video or come back, I'm gonna skip it by. Now I may click on, and I've subbed to some channels just to see a video or to be able to see a second video, whatever the case may be, and then figure out, oh, it's some bullshit, and then I just leave. But I never unsubscribe. So a lot of people do subscribe to things, and I'm subbed to like almost 200 channels now, and I probably watch a solid 10. So theoretically, I need to get rid of the other 190. Some of them I'm like, maybe I'll keep, maybe I won't. But that takes time out of my day. And I'm like, fuck it, it's YouTube. I ain't you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna take no hour to clean up my sub.
Right.
It just, and I think that's most people. I think most people, when you go back, which ones you'll sort of like make your favorites. And as long as you following your favorite, you don't care that you got 300 other channels that you sub to that you no longer look at, want to engage it, could totally disagree. Hell, I was sub to Chaotic. And I fight with that motherfucker all the time. I'm sub to the Labuto. I'm not supporting that shit. I ain't supporting that shit, but he got a sub out of me. I'm too fucking lazy to unsub from this moronic ass. I'm just too lazy, and I need to do that. So there are several channels like that, and I think we all get into that space. And I just think that that's just the human nature. It's like I got other shit to do. It's not hurting me to unsub or being sub. So if he running around bragging, I got all of you subs, even Rico dumbass sub. Yes, that's true. I don't watch your shit and I don't support it, but yes, I'm in that count. If it now let me tell you this. If someone could sit there and say, oh, I'm gonna show who my subs are, then I gotta run back and start cleaning shit up. Because I'm subbed to some big booty girl channels. You know what I'm saying?
No, Rico, I don't believe you.
I'm like, oh shit, I like this. So, it's almost like IG. So they have all different types of channels for different things. So I'm like, I'm subbed to like this one. He says
Go to the big booty channels for the articles, Rico.
Yeah, I get for the article. The talking points. The talking points. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh, that's a good point. So it's like, But it's like, yeah, so I sub to like the He Said She Said channel, which is about, it does all like the Motown history and stuff like that.
Okay.
So it's just like a lot of different things that you sub to. And so some of them I do want to keep, other ones I don't, but I'm just too lazy. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
go
use that
through all
word.
of them.
And I think most people are. If it don't apply to you, it ain't you. But I will say most people are too lazy to unsub, especially when the numbers done got. I heard some people say they got 500 channels. I'm like, I know, it's no way in hell. Most of us only got time to be committed to maybe a good. If you stay consistently sub to 20 channels and active, and they put out long form videos, that's a lot of fucking hours out of your day. That's a lot of, it's no way, it's too much. So you got to think about it. It's like, okay, where are you going to put your attention the most at? And all the rest just fall to the wayside, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I'm lazy. So when I do sub, initially, the initial blush will be you come across something. And like I said, when I started out with, say, for example, I hate to speak, again, not speak ill of the dead, or not. But like Kevin Samuels, I got turned onto his video to sing the algorithm hit, the average at best. And I looked at it and it was funny to me.
Right.
It was funny. And at that point, initially, I was rocking with it. But the more I got into the content, I was like, oh, this is some bullshit. Right. So then I just fell off. I never unsubscribed. I just fell off once I saw it for what it was. It's just like, I was with Lapeef for a while, but then I fell off with that. The more I got into the content and started hearing some of the things, it was just like, but I never unsubscribed.
Hey, man, can I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. And I don't want to put you out there, man. You tell me if you want to answer or not. How did they come up with the Sage Talk? Where did they get that guy?
I don't know. To me, the only thing that comes across is older gentlemen, people sort of like in our age category, our age demographic. So obviously, I think it's generally always hosted by the guy, Mr. Lee.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a bad business move, because you got the younger crowd, then you got the King's Talk, which is all the guys. You got the show with Kay and Kayla, and then you got the Sage Talk. So it gives this air, this authority bias. Oh, so when the wisdom, the elders speak, and everybody tend to tap into and just and I think they make some very good points at Sage Talk. I think they make a lot of good points. I would say the majority of what they say is good. But they got their share of bullshit too.
Yeah.
Just like the other ones. And they, the one thing in particular, that was that one talk where that young man Sway got drugged, and I was me and you both were highly offended.
Yeah, that was terrible, man.
About
when he ended up going and getting drugged on other
generation claims, and that was just
over there too.
That was some unbelievable rank bullshit. Yeah. So from that point on, in my mind, and the fact that no one still today has never cleaned that up, I'm like, fuck them dudes. Because that was a young black man that they sat there and they publicly embarrassed and humiliated and emasculated. That's the very shit they talk about what women did. I'm like, well, then y'all must be a bunch of fucking women, because that's what y'all did to him. And he didn't deserve it. He didn't deserve it. So you know what? Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all.
Yeah. And, I just... I don't really watch any of their shows. I don't really watch any of their shows, but that's the show that I find that I disagree with. I mean, like you said, sometimes I agree with the position, and then, but a lot of times, most often, I don't agree with them. And, I just don't understand. But see, now, again, like you said, they probably being smart over there, and they said, hey, we're covering all these demographics. Right. So we can say, hey, we can sell this at this time. Maybe we don't sell at this time, but it'll sell at this time. Or we'll sell to this group, but it'll sell to this group. Whatever.
Which is not a bad thing. I think that, like I said, even like Hanif said, it's like, I'm like, That's smart. I can applaud the young man for that. I can applaud what they're trying to do, but still, each demographic is just the, where it starts to become like questionable integrity, character, and things that's being said within each demographic. That's the issue. But the way it's set up and formulated and who they're choosing to speak to, I think is solid as hell. But there's just way too much. There's way too much shit, not just on their show, but on a lot of shows that's completely devoid of any fact checking at all. It's like they never heard of what a fact check is. It's just like they'll say some shit and it's the gospel. So we talk about religion. I almost call it the religion of Black YouTube because, again, like I said, in spite of the untimely transitioning of our dearly departed brother Kevin Samuels, there are a lot of statistics that he put out into the ether, and I'm like, now he's gone. He's no longer putting it out there, but those statistics don't die, and those statistics they're just as false today as they was when he was saying it. No, I mean it's the truth. It's like to this day, and I've seen several people challenge him on where does he come up with this 80% of divorces are filed by women, because that's factually unsubstantiated, and he never has ever done it and just blew through it. And I'm like, okay, guys, he never produced it because it's not true. It's not quantifiable. Even the lead attorney, I believe someone told me at some point, he said there's no way of knowing. So I'm like, I would think a guy who's a 20-year divorce attorney, if that's a true statement, it can be substantiated, he would say, oh yeah, this is how it can be done.
This is where you go,
and get it. He know that you can't substantiate that shit because that's not a statistic that's kept. Who files for divorce by sex? It just isn't.
Shout out to Von Eric. Let me shout out to Von Eric. Okay, go ahead, man.
So that's what I said to say is, and again, that's the problem I have with this space. So I'm just using that as an example, is that like, and even when you challenge them on something that's verifiable, rather than saying, okay, let me look into that, let me come back, like news organizations do. And I'm like, y'all got enough time to check shit. I ain't saying you got to come back right in real time. If you come back 2-3 shows later and say, hey guys, I just want to put this out here. We made a statement. We said this. We went back. I found out it couldn't be verified. So I just want to put out here that, we said something, we misspoke. And then that, to me, I get more respect for you and your platform for doing that rather than I know every fucking thing.
Right.
And I ain't never wrong. That's the problem, people landing in those spaces. And we get that out of a lot of these leading voices, because I have yet to hear any of them correct anything that they've said wrong.
Well, they're not going to correct nothing Kevin said.
No, but he can even speak to, now I could be wrong. I've never correct anything. I've never heard it. That's what I'm saying. So
no, I never heard it either.
I never. So, and and I'm not saying that he has been wrong about. I've known him to have been wrong about something before. I had to think about it, but he didn't correct it. He's not going to correct it. I think.
No.
Point.
He was definitely wrong when he came in
a young lady.
He was definitely wrong.
That was going through child support. No. It was actually about a young lady that lives here in the county I live in, state of Maryland. And I'm going to try to find a video. And he was tearing her a new ass, and he was wrong on the law. I'm like, I know the family court law in Montgomery County, Maryland. I know it, and I know it pretty fucking well for a reason, from being through it. So he was wrong about things that, he made some assumption when he was sitting the young lady down. And of course, because she was like 21, 22. So you know how they do when they talking to you, they pressing you, they boxing you in, and she was just stumbling over shit. So he made her really kind of look stupid. I don't think he was trying to, but he did. But he was wrong about some of the things he said.
Right.
If he found out later on that he was, he damn sure wasn't gonna come back on the latest show.
He wasn't gonna clean nothing up, man.
They have to keep this authority bias out there to keep people coming back without questioning anything, no matter what.
Okay, but Rico,
and I think JT does the same thing on an accounting perspective. I mean, he might have, but I've never heard him as of yet correct anything he did wrong. So I'm not gonna say that he hasn't. I'm just unaware. If somebody want to point out to me, because I'm quick, I'll apologize for shit that you point out that I got wrong. I'm like, okay, I fucked up. I shit the bed. That's not no biggie to me. You know, that's just the easy thing to do. I just don't know how you.
Shout out, brother Nump.
So how on your horse, if someone points out to you a demonstrably false thing that you said, that you can't say, hey, I got that wrong. That's it.
Yeah, okay, but Rico, let me ask you a question. Okay, so why would he need this authority bias if he was living the way he was living, man? I mean, for Mr. Samuels,
they wouldn't if they were living that way. They wouldn't. They would not if they were living that way. I think for the most part, they all speak, to include Mr. Daniels. They embellish.
But this is my point. If he was living the way the way things are coming out now about the way he was actually living,
it's called embellishment. It's embellishment. I'm not surprised. I mean, I sniffed it out before. I mean, I don't know the exact. Just like some of the things that they spoke about and they said, I'm like, it's just no way. It's just I don't know the truth. I know all that ain't true.
Right.
That's all, you know. And it's like that's called embellishment. So where people put extra sauce on shit.
Right.
And make it bigger. So if you look at, I think T.I. dropped that video on his Expeditiously like a week ago. I guess he had a hidden interview with him. And then when he just was rattling off the resume, and I was just like, no, no way.
Not true.
No way. And then, you know, you just go, there's just no way. So if anybody, you know, don't want to question me, go to T.I.'s Expeditiously and that last video. And when he just runs down that resume, you know, he just didn't question anything. And it was even funny because it was even to the point where, you know, I think it's already been proven that Kevin did not graduate, but T.I. made the statement, you know, he graduated from the University of Oklahoma with a chemical engineering degree. Kevin didn't say shit to clean it up. He just giggled and laughed. And we were like, we know you didn't graduate. And we know you didn't work as a chemical engineer.
Right.
So just that one tidbit that's demonstrable that could be proven. And only in a few times, hey, Millie, quiet. Only in a few times did he ever bother to, I think he did on a couple of videos, he did correct it. Millie, you great go in the house. There was a couple of videos he did correct it, but in all other videos, he let the misstatement go. So what did they say? An omission is the same. An omission of the truth is what?
A lie.
There you go. So
and that's what they call it, lying by omission.
Lying by omission. Yeah. An omission of the truth is a lie. So we can't change these definitions for who we like and who we don't like. But that's what they do. Well, what he meant was, Do you remember we went over this shit with Dennis Sperling? Like, no, we're not going to say what he meant. We're going to say what he said. He's an attorney. He wrote these words about, like, fuck the black community. I have no hope. So don't tell me what he meant. That's what he said. That's what he said. Right. And as an attorney, they are very judicious about the words they choose. So when he wrote that shit, that's what he meant.
Right.
So fuck him too. As a member of the black community, fuck you. If you say fuck us, fuck you.
Right.
Same
minute. Wouldn't be doing no business with him, that's for sure.
Right. I wouldn't.
All right, Rico. So my thing is, okay, when I pick a space, well, we never answered this question. I want to answer this question before we go on to the.
It's a crapshoot. It's a roll of the dice.
No. But see, here's something we never answered. Do you want your preacher to be busted? See, we never answered that question. I let us get out of that one. Do you want your preacher to be? Would you rather your preacher be busted, or would you rather your preacher have a nice suit or have a nice big church?
I mean, I would want my preacher to be prosperous. I would hope that his message resonates and is well received.
Right.
But I don't want him to alter the truth for prosperity.
Man,
So
see, no, man, you're not answering the question, Rico.
what I'm sitting there saying is, I don't care. I want the truth, and I want the message to stay true. Him being busted and being prosperous, to me, that's not even a relevant consideration for me. Because so you look good and everything you telling me is a damn lie. Or you sleeping with half the church. Or you got a drug problem. Or you out there like the other guy from Colorado, you out there with male prostitutes. But you prosperous. And then they got that other church. Is that out there by you, Clarence? Hillsong? That big mega church? Yeah, Hillsong. I think it's one called Hillsong, and a lot of celebrities was going there for a while too. So it's just like, yeah, it's just like as far as I don't give a damn if he's wealthy or busted. That's up to him. It would be nice if he was independently wealthy and wouldn't be reliant on the church, because that's where I take exception with the prosperity preachers, because I could care less about them feeling like they talk about, God is a God of abundance. He wants us to be prosperous, blah, 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 blah. Okay. If that's your line of thought, I'll give you that. But my problem is when you are taking from people with little to no means to be prosperous. So if you say God wants you to be prosperous, then invest in the fucking stock market and become successful. Don't take it away from those who have so little.
Agreed.
That's my issue. My issue isn't you being rich or you being financially, getting a financial windfall. My issue is from who are you getting this financial windfall from? And most of them, if you look at their congregations, they start out, even if it's not still today, they started out at small and they were fleecing the flock.
Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah.
They were fleecing the flock. And that's just what was the big they did a special on, I know he had a big church here in DC. It was called Daddy Grace. That's what they used to call a lot of the pastors in the black churches. They would call him Daddy. I'm not lying.
Yeah, they would.
If you look at them,
you're right. You're right.
They would call him Daddy. Man. Daddy. Oh, that's Daddy Grace. Daddy?
Yeah, man.
Daddy?
That's terrible. That's terrible.
That was during the 70s and 80s. It was Daddy this, Daddy that. And they had them big churches and so on and so forth. Somewhere along the line, they dropped calling them that. I guess somebody got, that don't sound good. That don't sound good.
No.
And they had the Cadillacs and they used to dress like pimps and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
A lot of them used to be pimps.
Yeah.
A lot of them used to be pimps.
I'm telling you. So there it is.
All right, let's bring Patrice into the mix.
Welcome,
Patrice, are you there?
Hey, what's going on? Happy Sunday.
I'm weaving.
Hey.
You better bob and weave. How low can you go?
Okay, don't Mike Tyson me yet. Wait till after the stream over, then you can knock my ass out. And I got a new grandbaby. Let me go see my grandbaby tomorrow first, okay?
Yeah.
That's the only reason why I'm letting you slide right now. But congratulations on being a new grandfather. Congrats on that. It's a beautiful thing.
Congrats, man.
Thank
Congrats on that, man. That's
I just wanted to say, since y'all was talking about a lot of those old school pastors, y'all remember Reverend Ike?
Yeah,
I remember Reverend Ike. Yeah, Reverend Ike.
Yeah, and they had that pimp lifestyle.
Yeah, he definitely dressed like a pimp with the diamonds and the gold and the big medallion jewelry on and the rings. He kind of reminded me of my buddy Bishop Don Juan of Chicago.
They would always have the Cadillacs. That's all they drove was Cadillacs.
Yeah, Bishop Don Juan was a pastor on the west side of Chicago. His motto was, in favorite colors was green is for the money and gold is for the honeys.
Yeah. And that literally is like they wouldn't be caught dead, but in a Cadillac. And that was every pump had a Cadillac, every pastor had a Cadillac. And it was like, okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, but I wouldn't have a problem with a preacher, getting an income from the church for what he does, because if he's truly doing the work of God, I'm not saying that he shouldn't get anything, but I don't believe that he should benefit from the backs of, like you said, the impoverished community that he doesn't give back into or pour back into. You know, a lot of these poverty pimping preachers are they're taken from the elders, you know, the elderly, the senior citizens that's literally making decisions of, you know, should I tithe or should I pay for my medication? Should I tithe or should I pay my rent? Should I tithe or should I pay this light bill? And then when they light bill get cut off, then they go to the church for help, and half of the time they don't get it. They tell them to get on their knees and
Get some
pray
candles.
pray to Jesus. So that's the problem that I have with a lot of these prosperity preachers and these poverty pimp preachers. They have so many churches almost on every corner in the Black neighborhood, because that's what they've been doing for many years, is pimping the Black community, right? And barely building and giving back to said community. So that's the ones I have a problem with. And then they riding around in Bentleys, and they got $1 million homes, and they got private jets and flying all over the world at the expense of their congregation. And the bigger the congregation get, because the popular they get in preaching, we fall into a lot of those narratives. I remember when I was going to church when I was married, I was going to a popular church in Illinois. He was in that clique with the Creflo Dollars and all of them. And I remember when Creflo Dollar came to that church to visit, and the things that I saw just amazed me. They had money clubs in the church now. It's so political and full of propaganda now. They have money clubs in the church. You VIP service if you the couple that can give this much 10% of your largely three 6-digit income salary, and then you in this club, if you know. So they had the platinum, the gold, the silver, and the bronze, baby, in the church. That's how they get down now. And it's just amazing that, you know, it has definitely become political. It become cliquish. It's become, you know, the have and the have nots, you know, and it's sad. And that's the thing that I have the problem with. And it's a majority, for the most part, in the Black community, we fall for it every time. We fall for the okie dokie. Then if you look on YouTube, you see a lot of these former church members that are exposing a lot of these prosperity preachers. They talking about their experience, you know, of dealing with these prosperity preachers in the churches and how they were treated. But the sad part is they always see when it's good for them and they benefiting from it, they don't have nothing to say. But soon as something go wrong and they leave the church or get kicked out the church, then they want to expose the church. But when they benefiting off of it themselves, meaning they're just gaining some type of salary too. So they're not saying nothing while it's happening, but then once they leave the church or something happen and get kicked out the church, then they want to expose the hypocrisy in the church. But they were going along with the hypocrisy when they was on the salary, you know, when they was on the payroll. I see it happen I've seen it happen all the time when I was going to church.
But Patrice, you never answered the question. What? Are you gonna follow a preacher? If you have to choose between the wealthy preacher or the busted preacher, which preacher are you gonna go with?
Well, because I'm not a Christian, and I'm not gonna go with either. You know, so I you know, just because he's wealthy, doesn't mean he's you know, worthy of you know, of me being a member and listening to the word that he teaches. Just because he's poor doesn't mean that, you know. And for me, I've seen over the years how religion have made Black people very docile. To me, too docile, to the point where I'm tired of the you know, oh Lord, we just gotta pray about it, and you know, and turn the other cheek, and like, nah, I'm tired of turning the other cheek and getting my other cheek slapped. Like, nah, you slapping me, I'm gonna slap you back. I'm sorry. And it's just certain things that, you know, I won't forgive, like what Rico was saying. I could not forgive someone that M's my child. I couldn't, you know, I couldn't forgive, like, hey, I have to deal with that later. But I couldn't forgive someone that does certain thing. But see, that's the whitewashing of religion that a lot of Black people has fell into. And I'm speaking specifically of Black people because it's been given to us by the white man since slavery, and we fell into it. I fell into it, grew up into it. I grew up Baptist. My mom had the white Jesus on the wall, all of that, the whole brainwashing of that. And when I came into my truth, I was like, oh no. So why should I continue to follow a religion that continues to enslave you as a Black person, to continue to keep you docile, continue to say, well, we'll just play about it and Jesus coming after a while. Sometimes you got to get up and do for self. You know, you can't always say you got to give it to God. You got to give it to Jesus. And, you know, and it's like, nah, oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna turn the other cheek. You slap me here, so I'm gonna turn you and let you slap me there. Nah.
Yeah, man. I mean, a lot of his teachings were very misinterpreted, but I will say this. Let me answer the New Growth's question. He said, define busted, Brother Clan. Okay, my definition of busted New Growth is where you know, he's not doing well financially, and he's just teaching from his heart. You know what I'm saying? He's just out there, you know, he just preaching, and you know, he don't have no brand new suit. You know, he got old clothes, you know, or used clothes, or you know, whatever. Or he might just be preaching outside on the street. So that is my definition of busted. Whereas a wealthier preacher has his own church, he has his own congregation, and he has you know, he might have a couple of cars. I don't want to put a jet out there, but which one will most Black people are not going to follow the busted preacher. That's my point. Like we say, we want a preacher to preach the word and just but if he preach that word, he's going to be probably preaching to himself, right?
But here's the thing, bro, Rico, too. Most of those preachers that start off in humble beginnings, like you saying about the busted preacher, and I believe that a lot of their hearts is pure, but they trying to get to where the wealthy preachers are. I believe that. They trying to preach their way, just like those wealthy preachers now, because I listened to all of the big preachers talked about when they first started out, and they only had 5 members, and they was preaching in the basement, and then they moved to the school, and then they moved to their own building, and then they moved so I watched a lot of those wealthy preachers talked about how when they were busted preachers. And I believe for the most part, some of them start with their heart is pure, but like a lot of them now, because they see a lot of the prosperity preachers, that's what they strive to be, just like them. Because I notice a lot of preachers preach the same. If you notice, like a lot of them sound the same. They preach the same sermons over and over again. And they just sound like the next preacher. Just like you would hear a song and you playing it over and over again until it starts to sound like a broken record. A lot of these preachers preach the same, and they sound exactly the same, and they preach the same sermons over and over. I call them one verse revolving revs. I mean, one verse revolving reverence. They take one verse out of the Bible and they will preach you a whole sermon for an hour and a half. And when you get out of there, you think you fool, but you absolutely have not learned anything.
Well, I mean, you know, everybody has a different way of teaching, Patrice. Like some people will really want to hammer something home, right? No?
Like I said, they all preach the same thing. The prosperity preachers concentrate on the tithing and offering. They concentrate on what God say about the 10%. If you notice, no matter what they say, they some kind of way they work it back around to that tithe and that offering. What's the difference of the tithe and offering? Why you should be giving 10%? What does the Bible say about? They take that one verse and they create a whole sermon around it. And I noticed that a lot of those prosperity preachers preach the same way.
That plate come about 5 times a service.
Yeah.
It don't come once. It come about 5 times a service.
Everybody does that. I don't think it's anybody that doesn't do that. So yeah, everybody asks for tithes and offerings. So the Muslims do it, the Jews do it. As a matter of fact, the Jews take pledges. but you can just pledge. I pledge $5,000 for this year, and they have a round of pledging. So they don't even take the
the
money up
churches.
front.
Yeah, the Christians do that too. They have the pledge, and like I
Oh,
said,
they do the pledging now too.
oh yes, they got the people that give the yearly. Like I said, the people that really make money that can write a $5,000 check or a $10,000 check at one time. They absolutely do that. But the church I went to in Illinois, like I said, you were the VIP. You were either platinum, diamond, gold, bronze, silver. Oh, baby, listen. Okay, they had all of that. Like I said, it's levels to it. It's levels to this thing when it comes to the church. It's levels to it.
All right, brother Nuff, I'm gonna read your chat here, brother. It says it's slippery, brother Clarence. We can't really say preachers can't be wealthy because the Most High does not put limitation on blessing. What is meant for you is meant for you. Yes, I agree with that, brother Nuff. I'm not saying nobody shouldn't be wealthy. I'm just talking about the situation with us in particular as Black people. Most of our people will not follow a preacher if he's just teaching the truth, and he's out there on the street, and if he put like this is the Black people test. The Black people test. Black people look how you dressed. If you dress worse than me, I ain't listening to you.
But
that's how Black people do it.
But Clarence, let me ask you this. Because you're in the nation.
Yes, sir.
Is that an issue in the nation though? Because I mean, and the reason why I say that is because I think predominantly, for the most part, you guys wear uniforms, and even non-nation Muslims wear some. In your faith, generally, it's a faith of uniformity. Because they're usually wearing the robes. So that's not like in the Christianity faith or the Catholic faith where it's distinguishable about wealth. So in your faith, I could go and just looking at the guy, hell, he could be dirt fucking poor, filthy rich. He wearing a uniform. So there's no, and that's why I don't know. I see what you're saying, but I guess I'm not comfortable saying that we should say definitively that we're reducing our people to not having enough discernment that they're only going to follow you're going to boil down your salvation to whether or not the guy looks good. I'm just saying, saying it out loud, those are not religious people if that's the case. If these are followers who are strictly following someone based on how they're dressed, their fucking ass ain't getting into no land of high anyway, because that's not even what's being supposedly that's not what's going to save you anyway.
Okay.
So if that is the case, then y'all can follow anybody. You be down there in hell with me, whatever the case may be, because you're looking at the wrong thing.
That's what I'm saying. This is the whole problem that Jesus had.
So
the
whole point is, if you gonna follow somebody, but my thing is, if you're gonna follow somebody that looks good, that's dressed and look wealthy, you're still going to hell. You wasting your time going to church then, because they can lead you astray. They probably are.
But the whole church
dollars and all them, they gonna lead you astray. Ain't nobody from his church going to heaven.
But I'm saying this is the perception of the people. The perception of the people is there's a lot of people over there. So they must be talking about something good. There's a lot of people over there.
Well, I don't think that here's the thing is I don't think they're talking about anything good. I think like we fall prey to the it thing or the in thing. So we do fall prey to that. We do that shit for concerts, music. There's a whole lot of shit that we get involved in, but I don't think it's just black people. I think white people are susceptible to it too. And you seen them white men? What's that boy name? Joel Osteen.
Yeah. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm talking about religion. Period.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But you said black, and that's why.
Us in particular, because we're always a step behind.
And I'm gonna tell you the truth too. We ain't gonna talk about what is the biggest. What race is the most of the evangelicals? White. White evangelicals.
Black.
White.
Okay.
Evangelicals are predominantly white. They got some of the worst fucking leaders. They got some of the worst leaders. Yes, they do. And they have huge churches. What's that guy? The guy always in politics. Is it Franklin? I think his last name is Franklin. It's a guy he's the guy. Oh, Trump. And then they had the white woman and shit. Oh, you saw when they was all up there laying hands on Trump.
What's the guy on that has the Club 700? Pat Robertson,
Yep.
Robertson, and all of them. Yeah, you're right.
And I think you're talking about Paula White, right?
Paula White.
Yeah,
All them.
Oh,
I'm like,
all of them.
They just as fucking cruddy and susceptible.
Joyce Meyer.
That's all I wanted to say. I just don't want us to look like the only fools.
No. I'm just talking about us in particular right now. No.
Okay.
No,
all right.
man.
Okay.
They have. Man.
I'm with you, but they got some trash ass leaders.
Yeah,
and followers
man.
over there.
They. Yeah, I was just watching a special on this lady, man.
Benny Hinn? Is that his name? Benny Hinn?
No, yeah, Benny Hinn. That's another one, man.
Lord, Benny Hinn, yes.
And then the one right, I think he's the one who be doing the fake laying hands on you, make your ass.
Yeah.
And they've already exposed that as a fraud. Like, wow,
yeah, man.
I can see. I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like, this is fucked up. This is fucked up. And they take it from more people.
But it's amazing in this day and age that a lot of our people are still drinking the Kool-Aid. When I say that, I'm going all the way back to the Jim Jones days, because a lot of the religions is even almost cult-like, or not, or if they are not, they are cult-like. So they are still drinking the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Let me bring Jay and Vaughn in this thing. So Vaughn, you were here first, man.
Yes,
what's your take, man? What's going on, man? Should the preacher be wealthy or should he be busted? Or what should he be like, man? To get our people to come in.
Or is this a dumb question? That's option 3.
No, it's absolutely a very good question. I'm just going to say it's absolutely a good question, and it deserves an answer. Now I may not have all the answers. First of all, I just would like to say thank you for allowing me back on your panel. I do come in peace.
Anytime, brother. Anytime.
Yeah, but should the preacher be wealthy or busted? I believe that this preacher, and we're talking about in our community, oftentimes he has written off the backs of the donations of the church and has made himself wealthy where the church has lacked. And we have seen this lack. Now, I'm not talking about your big major or mega churches where you go and, they have crystal and you go in their bathrooms and, they have all of this fine stuff in there. I'm talking about the storefront churches, a lot of them, at that level, at that micro level, not the macro level, they're taking advantage, of the people. Not all. I don't want to say all, but we've seen it. How long is this building fund? We've been giving money for this building fund for God knows how long. Where's the building?
That's Pastor Umar.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Every Sunday it's an announcement about we'll give to the building fund. But where's the building? Now, I have seen some people and some pastors, and I would say Bishop Charles E. Blake, who is one that has done quite well. Should he be busted? I don't believe that he should be busted, but I do believe that that particular person or bishop or minister should live a modest life. It shouldn't look like you've gained you become rich off of the church. I agree
with that, Vaughn.
It shouldn't be that. And if you get a salary, I can understand that because you're doing a lot of things around the church. You know what I'm saying? You're doing the business aspect of it. You're doing the upkeep of it. It's a lot of stuff that's involved in ministry. And so I can understand them being compensated. But at the same time, look, do you really need a jet? Do you really need a this? And are you giving back to the community? Because see, when we give our tithes and offerings, we bring those into the storehouse, so that the community can be blessed. You see, we need to give back to the community. And what you see is a lot of churches, they're doing, they're being a little snide and slick. They do a lot of write-offs and stuff like that. And I understand that. But there is a lot of dishonesty, people are constantly messing with the church's money.
Right.
And we've seen it. It's evident,
Right.
And it's unfortunate that it's just unfortunate to me that a lot of people are being led by charlatans.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah, man.
allowing, yeah. And this is just like what Patrice said about Jim Jones. I mean, come on. These people get up and play this Pied Piper role, and here you are dancing to the music, following them into destruction.
Well, Vaughn, a lot of people don't know, Vaughn. They don't have no
Yeah,
clue of what righteousness looks like. So
yeah.
anybody that put on a suit and a tie can come and tell them, I'm the one you need to be following. So they don't know. A lot of people are just out here following people because they have no clue what righteousness looks like. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
why that's why when it comes to religion, and like you said, the question earlier is can't get are people using their religion to weaponize others, or I believe the church does that quite a bit. you know some people can use your religion against you, and
That's what I was
weaponize
getting
your
to.
religion against you, and I believe that's what you were talking about. But I
Yeah.
think more so people use their religion as a weapon to demean others and to
Correct.
make
I
them
agree.
less
I
and then
agree.
and to make them less adequate.
That's
you
what I
know
said in the beginning.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And hey, I'm a believer, because I know the word Christian, it sparks all kind of, it gets all kind of stuff going when you when you say that. It's like, oh, wait a minute. Well, do you do this? Do
Yeah.
you do that? Well, just because I follow a thing doesn't mean that I'm a perfect individual. And if I err and if I sin, then I have a God that I can go to and be accountable to him and say, God, I messed that up that time. you know Help me, forgive me, and help me move forward. Perhaps I will not make the mistake again. And
Yeah.
if it should happen that I make the same mistake again, then I need to get back up and continue to try to do what's right until I get it right. you know
Yeah.
so yeah, we weaponize it by trying to portray ourselves as being perfect.
But
Nobody's
here's my
perfect.
problem with
Yeah, nobody's perfect.
I know the word, in the Bible, and Christians say 70 times 7, but I think a lot of times Christians use that as like you said, as a weapon to make excuses for the reason why they could do wrong. Just because
Hmm.
they say I can go to God every time and He'll forgive me. And to me, that's the biggest misconception, and that's the biggest sin that you're committing, because you know it, but just because you use, oh well, God say I got grace and I got mercy, and that He'll forgive me, or I should forgive my brother 7 times 70. They use that as a weapon, as an excuse to continue to do wrong. Would you
Yeah, no,
agree
I
with
hear
that?
you. No, I agree exactly with what you're saying. And
Yeah.
these instances happen quite often. you know Now everybody's not the same, so I'm not making an excuse for anyone. You know what I'm saying? Some people get it, some people get it right, some people do it right, some people do it wrong. Now if you're looking at me as the spokesperson for Christianity, well, you may be looking at the wrong person. Do you
No,
see
no,
what
no,
I'm
no,
saying?
no, 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 no. I wasn't.
No, no,
Yeah,
no,
I
I'm
see
not
what
talking
you're saying.
about you. I'm not talking about
Right.
you. I'm just
But
saying in
I was
general.
just,
In
I was
general.
asking a question that I have seen many Christians, and that was the problem that I
Yeah.
had, is because they use their Christianity as a weapon to say, well, I got God and I got grace and mercy, and all I got to do is pray and repent, and He'll forgive me.
No,
To
no.
me, you're
Yeah,
using that. You're
yeah,
using your
yeah.
Christianity as a weapon.
Exactly. And that's unfortunate that people do that. And that's something that we have to address, and it has to be acknowledged. So I definitely acknowledge that, because I see that too. Now, me, I love God. I don't consider myself a religious person. I feel like I lean more toward a spiritual aspect because I'm dealing with my spirit. I'm dealing with my natural humanistic side, and I'm dealing with a spiritual side. Now I am a believer. I'm a believer in Christ. You see what I'm saying? So that's a spiritual aspect of me. But as far as being involved in a particular sect or group, of a what do you call it, a denomination. I don't affiliate myself with that, because so many different denominations, so many different concepts, one God. Now you do the math.
So let me ask you a question.
Exactly. And isn't it amazing that all of the religions judge the other religions?
Yeah, I
So
have
let
no
me ask you a
judgment.
question. What about the mere fact that you have supposedly religious people that would deem a secular or non-religious person for questioning? You know what I'm
As
saying? Because
what?
I'm a
As what?
firm
Say,
believer in the truth will always withstand scrutiny. So if
yeah.
your faith is true, it can withstand the scrutiny of the light of day. So whenever I hear religious people who, like I said, not only like I said, they weaponize their religion themselves to bash
Hmm.
non-religious people over the head, but
Hmm.
will look at you like, how dare you question me because you're not religious? Like, well, that's the whole purpose why I'm fucking questioning you, is because I'm not, because I don't know. Now,
Exactly.
if what you
Exactly.
tell me, I'm
Yeah.
looking for it to line up with my thought. And if you're taking this again, like, anytime for me, anytime someone pushes back on, and I tell people, question respectfully, question rationally. Just don't be questioning, stuff like I was telling Clarence earlier. We had the problem with the brother chaotic. I'm like, if you're gonna question history, question it with new information. Don't just question it. I'm not gonna walk around. How do you know it's God? The double
Come
negative.
on.
Well, how can you like?
Exactly.
I need some evidence to say, well, this is why I'm questioning it. Then you have to be open to, everybody's not going to believe your faith the way you believe it. And if you hold it to
Exactly.
be true, then you welcome the scrutiny.
Yeah.
I would want my faith to be tested every day, not just for non-believers, but even for myself, to make sure that what I'm believing in is the right thing. That, hey, every day someone's questioning my faith and it withstands the scrutiny, I can believe in it even more.
Exactly.
That's
That's
just my
why it says, there's a saying that says, search the scriptures, for in them you think you have life. And a lot of us, we're not taking the time to investigate. We're
Mhm,
not taking the time to look and study and to look into, whatever your religious preference is, or
mhm,
whatever your belief or your faith is. You have to have some type of educational experience about it. I mean, you just can't believe it for no reason at all. Do you know
mhm.
what I'm saying? There has to be some type of history of thought and taught, where you were taught, or you came to a place where you made your own decision. So,
Mhm.
hey, like I say, I'm
Or have had your own experience that made you
exactly, or
believe.
have your own experience. Now,
Yep.
what I don't believe in is when people force their narrative of whatever their religious preference is on other people. You know, when I speak about it, I speak about my experiences. You
Mhm.
know, I'm not basically trying to sit here and say, well, Brother Clarence, you need to do this and you need to do that, and if you don't do this and if you don't do that, guess what? You see what I'm saying? Based on my religious preference. What I can say, a statement that's based on my spiritual or religious preference is, well, hey, Brother Clarence, if you continue to do wrong, then guess what? Wrong is going to come back to you. You see what I'm saying? That's just a
Right.
that's just a regular truth about our
Mhm.
existence and
Right.
about how life is. You
And
know what I'm
also,
saying?
bro, Vaughn, most people that I have a girlfriend, right? We've been friends for over 30 years, and I know she's Christian, but she don't go around, telling everybody she a Christian, like she's the person that in my life that has truly walked the walk, and I have seen the Christ in her. So it's people like her that I would rather trust and believe that God exists and her faith is real, because I've seen her go through so much and still stay fast in everything where I probably would have gave up a long time ago. And but seeing that is a witness to what the Bible say true Christians, how they supposed to live their life. They supposed to live their life in Christ so that others may see the light that shines in them and know that God exists. I know that that's in the word. And when you see people that's not out here
I agree.
like all over, on social media or all over, telling, judging people. She's non-judgmental. She know my feelings about my spirituality walk. She does not judge. She love you for who you are, but she literally lived her life, has a light in her that she shines that others may see. I tell her all the time, I see that God exists in you, because I know what our 30-year friendship has looked like and what she's been through. So there is people that I know are Christians like her that just live the life as such. They don't have to go out advertising it and judging everybody.
Exactly.
And you know what I mean? They just
No,
do.
I get it. I get
Just
it.
people that just do it, and you just know that is something about them that is different, that makes you know that God exists. And,
Yeah.
she's one of them people. So those are
Yeah.
the type of Christians I'd rather rock with.
And me too. Me too. Because this is why I fell away from the church. And I'm going to be honest with you. I love God, and I'm a follower of Jesus Christ, but I can't go to church. I been there, done that.
Oh,
You know,
okay. I thought you were a church goer. I'm surprised.
Oh no,
I shouldn't be, but I just
well,
that's an assumption I made.
Well, let me just say this.
Mhm.
I have a church that I'm affiliated with, and
Okay.
I watch them on live stream. But I was brought up in the church. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
A lot of us were. But
And
there's a reason
exactly.
why,
And I've
for
been a
some
part of so
reason.
many different
Yeah.
auxiliaries and different things, and I know the politics and the ins and outs
Yeah.
of a lot of this BS
Yeah.
that's going on. And I
Mhm.
just particularly I have to remove myself from that.
Mhm.
And I'm not the only black man who has if you want to say, divested from the
Right.
black church. Do you know what I'm saying?
There's a
Who
lot.
has left, because
And
there's a lot of things going on there that that are a distraction to me,
can I say this, Brother
in my
Vaughn?
walk with God.
Brother Vaughn, let me say this too. I just want to just put this little piece in there real quick too, because
Yes,
I know
sir.
certain people in manosphere spaces talk about the divestment from the church. It wasn't because of women. I just want to say that it's not because of black women, because they'll swear up and
I
down.
don't believe that. Yeah,
No,
I
it
agree
just
with you.
it's the teaching or the lack thereof which
Yeah.
caused me to separate from it. It wasn't because black women. No, they might be running the spaces now because there's very few black men there. So what the
Yeah.
hell you think they're supposed to do? But
Yeah.
it wasn't women rising up in positions of power that it ran the black men off. So I just wanted to be clear about that. But go ahead, continue on with your story, because someone will take what they'll clip. See what Brother Vaughn said. See, this is why the black men left the church, because
One don't go to church.
Exactly.
that's
So
not
see,
what he
that's
did.
why I'm
I mean,
saying,
for
I
whatever
have to.
reason he left. It didn't have
Yeah.
nothing to do with women. So don't paint that narrative.
Yeah. I particularly agree with you on that, because I don't like that narrative either.
Mm-mm.
It's because of the black woman. No, we are in charge. We have been the leaders of that church.
Mhm.
And yeah, we have put women in positions possibly that they should not have been in. And that's a mistaken error on many of our parts. But
Mhm.
needless to say, I don't have a problem with still going. It's just I don't want
Right.
to be affiliated.
Yes,
This is
that's
my
me.
personal walk with God.
Yeah.
At this point in my life, it's a
Yep.
personal walk with God. And I
Yeah.
don't need you or anybody else all up in my business. I don't
Yep.
need to come to your little meetings that are purposeless and
Yep.
have absolutely no meaning.
Yep.
I just don't have time for that anymore.
Yeah.
I'm an older gentleman. I don't have time for games.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And say they play quite a few games in a lot of these spaces.
Mhm.
You know
And
what I'm saying?
I left because I saw all the hypocrisy in the church
Yeah.
from the
And that's
time I was a child
yeah.
up until recently, and witnessing, a very a girl that I went to school with. I met her in about 5th or 6th grade, and and she went to the Sanctified Holy filled with the Holy Spirit church where you had to wear dresses. You couldn't even wear pants. Remember those type of churches?
Oh, you
They
know
may
I
still
know. Yeah,
and
you know I know.
yeah, and she we used to always go in and out the hospital. Never knew why, because I was so young. She used to always she's sick. Come to find out, she was always having nervous breakdowns because she was abused. In from the time and right now, when I went home 2 weeks ago to visit her, she's so thin and little because of alcohol and drugs. She will never come back. If you blow, she'll fall down and probably be gone from this earth. That's how bad she sunk into it. She sunk into her, addiction because of it. And she says she'll never step foot in church again. She'll never trust another pastor or deacon. She never, because they continuously through her whole life. She had a few, deletions of babies because she was getting pregnant by these men in the church. I mean, just and she's so messed up. And when we were in school, grade school, she used to have bouts of time off, and she failed a couple of times. And it's because she took so much time off. She was in and out of mental institutions because she would have breakdowns. Her family covered it up. The church covered it up. And her life, she never could get her life on track. It was times when she would get clean and sober for maybe a year or two, but then she'll fall right back off. So when people try to tell you to get over it, move on, and they don't realize the psychological damage that does. And there's people right today in 2022. It was a lady in Indianapolis, Florida, just recently, it was all on social media, just recently confronted her pastor who had abused her when she was 16 years old and he was 38, took her virginity. This stuff is still going on right now and have been since time's better. So it's things that I saw and witnessed coming up as a child. I was just like, and then as an adult, joining a mega church and saw the hypocrisy, I said, okay, God, I'm done. I'm just going to have my personal relationship with you. I know that you exist. I love you. I believe in you. I read my Bible, and I'm going to walk in a spirituality. I'm done with the church.
Now, can I say this real quick? Now I didn't leave the church. I don't want anybody to get it twisted. I just left the building.
Well, the building, you know what I mean, the building.
Yeah, I left that building because it's too confined. I don't even care. I don't even care if it's.
I do a whole nother spirituality.
Okay, so but my thing is, my spirituality is not confined to the four walls of your tiny storefront church or your mega church.
Amen.
And so that's where we try to box our spirituality into that space. Now it's a good place to go to worship if that's the intent of your heart. You go there and you worship and you give God praise and thanks and homage and all of those different things. You know what I'm saying? And that's a good thing. I'm not telling anybody not to go. I mean, hey, do what works for you in your walk with God. Me personally, I just and when it says, people will come against me and say, well, Brother Vaughn, well, it says that you shouldn't forsake the assembling of yourselves. Well, I'm assembling right now.
Exactly.
I don't have to do it. I don't have to do it in the confines of your organization.
And that's how they try to box you in with the box religion, with the organized religion.
Yeah.
All right. Let me bring Jay in here. Jay, you've been listening to what we've been talking about, man. The old fogies, except for Patrice. So what do you think, bro?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry, OG, that happened to a friend of yours that you knew.
Man, that's terrible, man.
First of all, sorry ain't nothing. I'm gonna be real. Sorry ain't nothing, man. Like retribution for that shit.
I'm gonna be honest, Jay. I hope they burn in hell. I'm gonna be honest.
Thank you.
No hold bars. When you have men of the cloth, listen. I hope they burn in hell. That's all I gotta say.
And I agree. I'm right there with you. If a hell exists, please burn them alive 24/7, like in purgatory or limbo, whatever it is. That needs to happen to all people who do stuff like that. And because no one should suffer. I told you I hate unjust suffering. And Brother Clarence was on my stream yesterday. We talked about the incident that befell this week and everything. And I said 1,000 deaths upon you if you freaking so much when you mess with children. It don't matter. If you mess, first of all, please understand this. I don't have a restriction against me or any. The only thing that is holding back is that my kids and my wife would keep me happy. You take either of those away from me, I become Frank Castle and I will hurt you. I don't care about going to jail. Jail doesn't do anything for me. That's not that. Trust me, that law is not that law is not there to protect you from me. That law is what's keeping me in check from going from literally throwing you into a freaking volcano. So. And enough said, because like my father said, he will die. Well, but not die. Trust me, he'll walk through fire for people who messes with his family. I'm the same way. I adopted that same persona. So you don't like I say, don't touch our kids. Then we're cool. Don't touch my wife, and please don't touch my wife, because if you're listening to this, I will come and find you. But all in all, to what you were saying about the church, that's crazy to me because. I was in Florida. To anybody who didn't know, guys, before I moved back to where I'm in South Carolina right now, I was in Tampa, Florida for 3 years. And there was some stuff that I experienced when it came to people of different ethnicities doing the church, and they would do church outside. And there was just some of I'm talking about outside the box stuff I ain't never seen before. You had a bunch of ladies and their husbands out there sitting around in a circle just talking about something, as if they were doing a church service. And I talked to them when I delivered a package. Oh, we're having church service out here. And everything. Thank you. And I'm like, I said, we'd love for you to join, but we know you. But he said, we love you to leave your work and join us. And I'm like, I got to work. But, they were just being polite and stuff. And I'm just like, it's so backwater. Like I said, backwards whenever I saw it. And I'm just like, you don't need that church. These people have shown it. No matter what ethnicity they are, they've shown that you don't need a big freaking establishment to have a church with somebody or to have a service to talk about the unification of God. And I'm like, shout out for these people for thinking outside the box. They really, like I said, they said, like, because we don't believe in the establishment. We believe in the people. That's what they told me. And that hit me hard, even though I haven't been with the church in a while, and I haven't been with God in a minute. That hit me when they said that. We don't need the church. It's about the people.
Okay.
They make up the church. You don't need, like I said, you do not need that establishment in order to unify and preach God. And that was some of the best advice they could ever, or words that they can give me. So yeah, you don't need that. You don't need the church to define you. What defines you is your character and your belief. More often than not. Go ahead, Mr. Recon. You want to say something?
What I wanted to ask was, because there's a certain thought that ran across my mind, is that we do know that some organized religions, I'm gonna name a few, and I hope I don't, hit nobody, because
watch it now. Watch it. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing with you, man.
We do know that
you are not that way.
Some organized religions are run like the mob. They're run like cults. Some really are, whether it be
that's my favorite
Scientologists, whether it's 7-Day Adventists, whether it's Jehovah's Witness, whether it be the Mormons, that they have, and I only brought those up because they have certain ideologies and beliefs that I'm not as familiar with, but I know that they can be pretty rigid and structured. So they have their hierarchies, and when you run afoul of their rules, even let's look at Amish people, which is a religion and a lifestyle. When you step outside of their rules or their lifestyle, they excommunicate your ass. You know what I'm saying? It's, Fight Club. We don't speak about Fight Club. You speak about Fight Club, your ass is excommunicated. And they do most religions, not all, most religions. I'll take that back. I'm going to say all religions. If they're not cult-like, they border cultish behaviors. They just do. I'm not saying that they're cults, but some of them do. They're cult adjacent.
I agree with that.
They don't like the hierarchy or the heads being questioned. It just is. That's part of, I guess that's part of the appeal. So I would say, like, if you look at a lot of mainstream religions, they don't want the taint of the cult because they know, like, look, we've seen where, and there's a lot of churches. Jim Jones is the most popular, but there have been. You had remember the Hindu, the Christianers. They were doing some wild shit. Then you had
what happened to them? What happened to them? I don't see them anymore.
And the ones out there in Waco, Texas.
Waco, Texas. You got you had the Mormons, the Jeff's family down there in Utah. That was Mormons. Everybody was sleeping together, and then you got the ones where they all killed themselves because they kept saying the end of the world was going to come at the big farm out in California. Hell, they said Charles Manson was a church organization, church following. He just some of his following of the family he took from the church. So what I'm saying is that so a lot of the mainstream churches, they are justifiably afraid of being painted with that brush. But still, a lot of the doctrine that they have, they're like, we don't want to be called a cult. We don't want to be seen as a cult. But we still structure ourselves that where I don't know if the church took it from the cults or the cults took it from the church. But I was
Rico. Look at the actress Lisa Remini when she left Scientology and exposed them. Look what they tried to do to her.
Oh yeah,
they tried to destroy her career and all. I mean,
they pretty much did because they got their big ones is I think John Travolta's a Scientologist, right?
Yep, John Travolta,
Tom Cruise.
I didn't even know Isaac Hayes was before he passed.
Oh, Isaac Hayes was one. Yeah, definitely Isaac Hayes. The original chef.
It's another actress and somebody.
It's quite a few. Quite a few people. Look, I remember telling them, shit, they almost got my dumb ass coming out of high school. I'm not lying. I graduated high school and I was looking for a job, and the guy had me selling the original book by L. Ron Hubbard, Scientology. Yeah, so I was like, shit, they hired me. I was like, yeah, let me, oh shit, okay, I you know what I'm saying? So, and a lot of religions pull people in.
We did say Tom Cruise, didn't we? We said Tom Cruise.
Oh, Tom Cruise one of them too?
Okay. Tom Cruise and John Travolta, yes.
A lot of people.
Okay.
Leah Remini. She's on there too.
Yeah. No, Vaughn. She's the one that left.
She left. Yeah, she left.
She exposed them.
She exposed them. Yeah.
But people have been exposing them forever, but it's 501(c)(3), the government class. Even though they say you going, is it the Mormons also that say you're going up to a planet somewhere?
Oh my God!
It's just a lot of.
I'm not making fun. I believe
it's a lot of craziness, But anyway, hey,
and I'm not going to call it crazy because I don't want
to each his own,
I don't want to offend anybody, but supposedly I think that's one of the major part of the tenets is that when you pass, you get on a ship and you go to this planet. And the same thing with Scientologists, they believe some weird. I'm sorry, I apologize to any Scientologists. Like I said, they almost got my sucker ass, but because I was just a young dummy. I was just a young dummy. So at that age, I was susceptible, as I think
manipulation.
18, 19-year-olds to fall for it. And to be honest with you, as weird as some of their teachings are, I'm like, okay, you Christians and you Catholics and all y'all, don't throw no fucking stones. And
that's the thing that they all tell you they Christians. That's the thing to bring you in. They use Christian.
Right. One thing I do know, like you said, like in Christianity, they believe in things like these marriages between these old ass people and these very young people. So I'm like, that's some cultish like shit. If you're saying, oh, okay, an 80-year-old husband should have a 20 or a 16-year-old wife, that's okay. What would we call that in modern secular times?
80-year-old man with a how old? Say that again.
Shit, a 20-year-old woman. It's like it's just
that's stretching it.
That was
Listen, I'm stretching it to prove a point, but the bottom line
No, I'm saying that concept is stretching it, 80 years old and 20 years old. Come on.
Right, but I'm saying, okay, if you said a 50 and a 20-year-old,
Yeah, yeah. Well, see that
That's
thing.
still
Yeah,
that's still in the secular world.
that's a stretch.
A 40-year-old and 20 in the secular world, we would look at that as pretty fucked up. But if you know, in Christianity, if it's because I think didn't they have in there a story about somebody that was 80 and had all these young wives?
Yeah, there's a lot of stories in the
That's
Bible.
all I'm saying. That's what I'm speaking
Same
to.
thing in Quran. Yeah.
But they
Right,
may not
that's what
apply
I'm
to me
speaking
though.
to.
You know,
Right, I didn't
they
say
may not
right.
apply to me.
Right, I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking
No,
about.
no. I'm just saying when I say me, I mean like in this present time for us. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
So that's why I
feel
sit
you.
there and say is that so they if I said something about a Mormon or a Scientologist, that's the shit they'll throw up in the Christian faith. Oh well, your book, you know, I don't even get into these religious fights.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't know
I don't
nothing
care to
about
do
any
it.
of them, but
Yeah.
I know I've heard all of them throw mud on the other. And when I found out, I actually one of the ones I saw that was really funny was America's famous atheist, Bill Maher.
Oh,
He
Bill
did a
Maher.
film,
Yeah.
he did a film called Religiosity.
Oh yeah.
And he went all over, and
That's
he was slaying all religions.
And there was another one. What was his name? Carlin. George. What was it? George?
Oh yeah, they're
Yeah.
great.
Oh,
And,
he was a good
and,
comedian. He was an
and
atheist,
they
but very
studied,
good comedian.
and they pulled out and it was like, oh shit, all this shit is in the Bible, in the Torah, in this, in that. And I was like, well, and the things that he was pulling out, I was like, they all are pretty fucked up. But these are things that he like, you know, they don't tell you this. I was like, because I didn't know. So I that's all I sit there and say is, you know, I can look at any of them and I can say, well, but that's why I say, you know, the good thing, not the good thing, but the reality is more and more people are declaring themselves as non-religious, non-affiliated. More people are actually claiming atheism.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, so I haven't been moved to that space. I'm more agnostic, you know, I believe.
Oh man, you and me pals. I'm agnostic too.
Yeah, you know, I believe more that way. I'm not atheist, but more people are coming up saying they don't believe. And it's like, hell, I can't argue with them either.
And I don't argue. The only thing that I would say, you know, to anyone is, you know, and it's really not an argument, you know, it's just my opinion. But just because some don't believe doesn't you know make the word of God to none effect. So just because you don't believe that he is, because in order for you to have faith, you first must believe that he is, number one. So it's impossible to have faith unless you believe that he is, you know, and because you believe that he is not, then that doesn't make his existence null and void. That's your thought. That's how you move. And I get it. I don't have a problem with it. You know what I'm saying? Every man has to answer for themselves. You know, once you hear the truth, then I believe that you are accountable for that truth that you heard. You see what I'm saying?
I agree.
So, yeah.
And Yvonne, to touch on what you're saying, for me, it's like I said, I started off you know, like I said, it's indoctrination. You are what your parents were, or two, people confuse religion with spirit, you know, with spiritual like chakras and shit like that. People do that a lot, and my friend did do that. One of them did that, and I told him I don't think anything different for it, man. Believe what you want to believe. It's cool. I don't think anybody's wrong for believing what they want to believe at all. Like I said, as long as it means something to you, you hold on to it. Me, it's more so now that I've gotten outside indoctrination of what my parents or my grandmother had taught me, I have the right to choose on my own. Can nobody just bring me into something and make me just believe it? That's what I came to believe. But the thing is, I'm not judging my grandmother. My grandmother's a nice person. She lives her life. She lives that life to the Bible to the T. I respect her. I love her for it. Technically, in some sense, it may have helped me become a good person. But I chalk it up more to her than I do the Bible. I'm giving her the credit that she deserves. Because the Bible didn't give it to her. She did the work, not the book. There's a difference. And that's why I don't like giving out credit to something that is not there. Or that really didn't play a part in it. It may have had a factor of how she thought. That's fine. but the book didn't do the work she did, like I just said. So I tell people, whatever you believe in, just make sure you believe it to the utmost to you. Don't let anybody change your mind. Don't let anybody sway you from it. If you truly do believe in it, and if it's that near and dear to you, you will keep following it. For me, I'm agnostic like Rico here. Like I said, I don't deny the existence of God. It's possible God exists for me. It's very possible. That's why I don't say it's trash or garbage. I'll never say that because I used to be a Christian, so I can think. Like that's why I said I know the mindset of a Christian, of one that actually follows it. So that's why I never rag on them for believing on it. I ever because like I said, because I actually do care about what you believe in. Same thing with Brother Clarence, Vaughn, and Rico and OG Patrice here. Because I told my friend, if I didn't care, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you about it. I'd just been like, okay, whatever. I'm just gonna do my own thing. But I do care because the thing is for me is I respect what you believe in. It means that you have it means that you're a moral human being to me in some sense because you have a conduit to follow from.
Okay, let me answer this one question, man. Let me answer this question down here. New Growth says, we would classify the NOI as a cult, right? Because America definitely classifies them as one during its conception. Absolutely.
I love the term cult, by the way. I don't know why.
Yeah, well, it's just short for culture. The word cult is short for culture, right? And culture is just a way people decide. Culture is agreed upon norms for a community, right? That's a culture, right? Well, back in the day when the Greeks, pedo lifestyle, that was normal. It was agreed upon that was normal to do stuff like that. Certain things are just normal in the air. So we classify the NOI as a cult. I believe most people, well, not most people, but a lot of people would. So, anything can be classified as a cult. Now, if you break it down to the negative connotation of cults, as the NOI have ever, had these issues where we took people's money, not on a huge scale. Yeah, we've had people because we've taken people out of the trash can, so we've had some people make some mistakes, but just like any other organization. But as far as these major scandals, we probably haven't had stuff like that, and we haven't asked people to say, "Hey, be ready to delete yourself in this situation because the devil is coming or whatever." No, we never had that situation. So, and we never forced anybody to do anything. If they don't want to do it, they don't have to do it. They can just walk out the door, and it's no problem. I think in most cults, they put pressure on you to stay in the situation and stay there, and But that's what drew me to the nation. It's because, the door was always open, going either way. You know what I mean? You can come and you can come, and you can go, and it was that was my experience, New Growth. Anyway, let's bring up what's your name again, brother? Oh, E Black. Yeah, let's bring up E Black. Let's bring up E Black to the conversation.
Shady.
E Black is a religious type person, so I'm not going to label him with anything, but he's a quote unquote religious type person. You got something you want to say about the subject or anything up here? Anything about what we've been talking about?
Well, first of all, I want to be a man of my word. You guys requested me to apologize to OG Patrice for the comments I made previously. Like I said, I apologize, OG Patrice, for.
Hold on, E Black.
Like I said, I apologize for, making a very harsh statement in front of you. Please understand that it may have not been. Anybody could have been on that panel that day. And I made a very derogatory statement, and I offended you as a person. So, okay. Well, anyway, like I said,
are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. So what you say anybody could have been on that stage that day? What stage?
That stage that day that when I made the derogatory comments.
Oh, you mean on Bro Clarence channel
Yes.
when we all was up? Okay. And so what about the video you did?
What video did I do?
You did a video where you was calling me out and things like that and that nature as well, right?
I said that you would I said that there are people who would not. First of all, I don't want to get into that. I've said
No. My
I
question to you is, did you or did you not do a video and include me in it bashing me?
okay. I've
That was the Mr. Real Estate video for clarity.
what did I say
Bash
specifically?
me, Patrice, and Marcus for being on Mr. Real Estate panel. Just for clarity.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
just to help you out, simply because we were up there speaking about African Americans and
Yeah.
and this, that, whatever. I'm just filling you in so you know what she's talking about.
Oh, okay. So yeah, about that video, yeah. Gosh, I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, my opinion is my opinion. So I'm not gonna apologize for that. If I do,
I'm not talking about your opinion. I'm talking about the bashing part, the disrespect, the name part.
What did I call you?
Okay, I'm gonna drop down, Bro Clarence. He can stay up here and rock because this is the hypocrisy that I talk about. You either apology is like this. I'm sorry for what I said. I'm sorry for what I done. Period.
Yes.
That's an apology.
And I apologize for what I said, and I apologize for what I done on Brother Clarence's channel.
Okay, cool.
If I had a different opinion about regarding certain things, I apologize that I don't mean to apologize, but I'm not going to apologize for having an opinion about certain things that I believe in. Now, if you believe I was being harsh, okay, I will apologize if I was being harsh, but I make it a staple, make it a true statement, not to disrespect women, but I also will call out some stuff that I see. So if you found that was harsh, I apologize if I was being very harsh.
You said she. I'm gonna say her since
she was on the. I remember. I know. I said she was on.
Blood in our hands and Daryl's dick in our ass.
That was on my. That was on the Mr. Real Estate video.
No, that was
okay. So let's get back to the Mr.
Two separate things.
Okay, so let's get back to the real estate comment. Let's get back to the real estate thing.
Okay, but I'm just saying. She's saying when you made an apology, you came up here and you said you apologized for Bro Clarence, but you're not apologizing for the words that you said.
That's what it sounds like to me, bro.
Okay, do you want a sincere apology, or do you want to just? Okay, so a sincere apology would be apologizing for actions that I felt was offensive. Now, if you were to say, "Hey, I do not feel as if you respected me on Mr. Real Estate's video," okay, I could concede. It's a little fuzzy on what I exactly said, but I know what I'm consistently on. If I may have said that, hey, you were on his channel, however, you're saying XYZ, and I found that to be a contradiction, I don't feel that that's apology worthy, but I can respect that if I was being harsh. So I can't apologize if I'm being harsh.
No, I'm not. Yeah, because your opinion is the opinion, your views. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the actual things that you said was very disrespectful and degrading and derogatory. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, what did I exactly say to clear things up? That was very degrading and stuff.
Well, see, this is the thing. I don't want to say what. I don't want to repeat it. I really feel like E-Black, you know what you said. You said it. Just like you know what you said on Bro Clarence channel. Yeah. That you know what you said. Come on.
Because that's what me and Brother Clarence and Erico was talking about all this time. Now, if you personally feel like I was being harsh on that, like I said, if I'm being harsh and if you deemed what I said was disrespectful, I apologize for that. However, I do personally feel critiquing, like everybody says, critiquing and criticism is an open way street. And if I was being harsh even on that, I apologize.
Thank you.
But I will not apologize for the subject that I was saying about whether you guys were doing that. that.
Okay,
So
again, your opinion and views is different from
okay.
disrespect, degrading, and just
Yeah.
being downright distasteful. It's a difference.
Yeah.
That's all. I'm just,
Yeah,
and
and I
I
was
think
very I'll be honest with you. I was very disrespectful on Brother Clarence's show, and
Thank you, bro.
But like I said, if it could have been anybody that day, and I was just hot, so I can apologize. I apologize
right
then.
there. Look, I'm straight up, no chaser. That right there, I feel is bullshit. You had an angle specifically because with us three, because we were on that panel, or us two were on that panel. So that was specific. Let's just be real. I call a spade. E Black. I'll accept a straight up an apology if it is what it is, and I'm cool with that. But don't dance around it. Don't dance.
That is fair. That is absolutely fair. Like I said, but like I said, I am. If I disrespected anybody, I am man enough.
No. See, apology is not an if. When you know you done wrong, apology is an apology. You don't put an if in it. It's no if you did.
Okay.
It's a straight apology.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
When there is disrespect and it comes from me, I'm willing to be a man about it and say, I apologize. And that's what I've done.
All right, thank you. So,
and I had an opportunity to
hold on, E Black. Stop right there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's stop while we're here. All right, so Patrice.
Yes, sir.
Based on what this young man is saying, where are we at now? Can we put this to bed, or what can we do? Can we get along? Maybe we're not gonna frolic with skipping down the street with our hands, but can we at least coexist together? Are we okay?
Yeah, cool with that. I mean, I never had a problem with E Black in the first place. When I first met him, I met him on your panel, and that's when I realized that when I was up on your panel is when somebody took over my icon and started saying derogatory stuff about the young man, and I'm like, what the fuck? And because I know I just literally had just met him, so how would I know to say anything about him? So I knew where that came from. So I never had an issue with E Black. What E Black did not know is the conversations that I was having about him and protecting him and his wife and his child. That's what he didn't know behind the scenes. So when all the disrespect happened, I was like, wait, whoa, you don't know what's really going on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, young man? So that's what I wanted you to realize, and you didn't, because I understand that you were caught up in a lot of anger and hurt and bitterness and jadedness because of what was going on. But know this, I never ever did anything or said anything derogatory towards you. I actually went in about your wife and your child. I said, now, two men doing two men, that's different. But when it comes to the wife and the kid, OG Patrice don't play that. Period.
Yeah. And like I said, there's a lot of people caught some strays, and I realize now that that's why I was trying my hardest to be as concise as possible about who I was talking to.
Yeah.
So like I said,
it was undeserving over here, bro.
I understand.
For all the three of us, it was undeserving.
That's debatable, but I can understand from you specifically. You probably didn't deserve it the most.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. And apology accepted.
Okay, thank you.
Moving along.
Appreciate y'all. Okay, gotta start wrapping this thing up, y'all. Let me bring everybody back up. The kumbaya is over. We sang.
You want to speak on the religion thing? Because he never he did the apology thing. Give the man a chance.
Okay, and the religion thing, because we're gonna start wrapping this up.
Yeah, and just to be very clear, I think people tend to use whatever they represent as their weakness as an attack. So, for instance, Rico, you're a veteran, right? I can always say, yes. Rico, you do not represent veterans. You do not represent America. Exactly. I can say Brother Clarence, you was a part of FOA. You don't represent them. That's what people normally do when they want to use something to attack. I could say, hey, Jay is not that's not how fathers and black men act. And Vince, that's how not how holy and spiritual people. That's how people use to attack. And when it comes down to religion, especially because the Christianity is one of the largest religions, and there's a Bible in every hotel probably in America, it's probably the easiest target that can be happening. And what I try to tell people, Your spirituality is your own unique thing. I can go to church with 100 people and 99 people are going to hell. I could be the one that's going to heaven based on my unique connection. So don't sit there and I hate when people do it and say, "Oh, you don't represent Christ," or "You don't represent Christ," when you don't know the person's journey. You don't. If you knew my story, you would understand how good Christ has been to me. You would understand how good God is. You would understand how when I make minute moves and how I operate, how good Christ has been in my life. So I understand people want to have this Christian perfection around people, but please understand that if you're not living in the faith, also sometimes you got to realize if you're not a part of a church, then how are you going to criticize somebody for being a part of the church? If you left the church, that's fine. But if you sat there and said, "Hey, I'm throwing this down," then you also have to throw away your value, your criticism too.
Well, see, there's an override.
I disagree with that.
Christian people can criticize non-Christian people. Why can't non-Christian people criticize Christian people?
Because
that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
On that only.
Okay.
And two E Black, just because somebody that once was a Christian walk away from the church doesn't necessarily mean they walked away from the faith. Doesn't mean, you know what I'm saying? Like you just said, everybody is each its own individuality of they walk with Christ. Because like you said, it's a lot of people that's in that church ain't going to heaven, and that's just real.
Yes.
You know, just like it's a lot of people outside the church ain't going to heaven either. So it is an individual thing, but just because a person walk away from the church don't mean that they walked away from the faith.
I guess I should be more. I guess I should be more restrictive. They walk away from the religion.
Can I say this one part, because I think maybe you might have came in late. When Clarence first broached the topic, he was talking about people weaponizing religion against people.
Yes,
we're talking about any faith. So in the beginning, he was like, "Well, how is is it fair for a secular person to weaponize religion against a religious person?" And I said, which most people agree, is usually the other way. People that are religious tend to wear their religion on their sleeve, and they tend to go around demonizing people who are not religious. So like, I'm not religious. Christian people or religious people say stuff about me all the time. I don't really pay any attention to it, you know, because
they say stuff about me too, brother.
No, I openly admit, because I don't want people to think, you know, because people will make an assumption. I'm like, look, I'm just not a religious person. I don't say that with a sense of pride, but I just say that for transparency. So I don't even try to have religious conversations. But then I do find myself in spaces where religious people will look down on the non-religious.
Yeah.
So yes, honey, I got family members that are Jehovah's Witnesses, and they call us worldly people.
If religious people are looking down on non-religious people, and I find you as a religious person slipping and not doing something, and you've been browbeating me with said religion, it's not unfair for me to take that same weapon of the tongue and use it back against you. I shouldn't have to just take the condescending nature of a religious person. You're not even religious. You're going to go to hell, blah, 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 blah. And then when I catch you slipping, it's like, well, whoa, hold up, time out.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And
I think that's true in certain parts, but you got to understand, religion is the belief in God and the belief in salvation and the belief in heaven and hell, and that's most religions, right? So you got to understand, from their standpoint, they're into trying to get people who in line. That's what they've been, most religions indoctrinate you to do, is go out and get the people who are non-believers in line. So yeah, it will feel as if it's being judgmental, and it will feel as if they're condemning you and judging you. But the reason why is because they're trying to get you to be in line. So when, on the flip side, I can understand a secular person saying, yeah, you're not doing it the right way. And that's fair. But at the same time, you cannot weaponize it, because just like I don't know about Muslim religion, I don't know about Buddha, I don't know about a whole bunch of other religions, but just because I've never read it or been a part of the spiritual space, that doesn't give me the right to say that you're not a Muslim. Okay, you're not acting like a Muslim, because I don't know their...
So should a religious person be weaponizing their faith to go against non-religious people? That's the premise. Is again, once the weapon is formed, it can go either way. So if I'm non-religious and you whacking me with the sword of religion, if I finally get a hold of it, like, oh shit, you cheating on your wife, and I whack you back, you can't cry foul because you out there womanizing this, because you created the weapon of the tongue to speak to. Again, you said trying to get people in alignment. I'm secular. I don't need to get in alignment with your belief structure. My belief structure is my own.
Yes.
So if you're using your faith to browbeat people who do not follow your faith, or to look down, or to pass judgment, that you say to be judgmental, you form the weapon. And I don't say that all religious people do it, because I know some religious people who don't wear their faith on their sleeve. They just go through life in their belief, and they never do it. It's so, and in particular, we spoke about people in the pulpit. So when you got your Eddie Longs and the guy Bryant down there, come on now.
Yeah.
That, you know, and it's a long list of Christian and Catholic leaders who have browbeated the pulpit to death. Eddie Long had a huge dogma against the alphabet community, and then he out here messing with young boys. That's blank bullshit.
And even if you want to expand this to, like, say, the Middle East, there's a lot of Muslims killing a lot of Muslims.
Yes, absolutely.
So, you know, there's a lot of Asian people in Indonesia getting knocked up right now. So I think all religions, all people are bad in general. So we've all fallen by faith. So, you know, but I just think that to just stick to
argument, it was a religion argument.
Yeah, but to stick on the target, yes, it can be. I think sometimes people OD on it, though. I think people like, yo, he crossed the street. Did you know the Quran didn't say that? It's like, yo.
Black, you just said all people are bad in most parts, and that's not true. I refuse to believe that all people are bad.
All people are fallen by faith, by flesh. So we're all victims to our flesh.
Well, of course, but I'm saying, but that's not the statement you made. I'm saying, in general, in all faith or walks of life of people, I believe in general, people are more good than bad. Would you say?
Okay, if I was to say,
on an average,
I think you're over expanding my point. What I'm saying is nobody's perfect. I'm not saying all people are bad. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah,
you know, nobody's perfect. Yeah. None of us are perfect. You know, we all are striving toward perfection, you know. So, you know, right is right and wrong is wrong. Don't we always say that? You know, but we need to be able to differentiate between what's right and what's wrong. And so a lot of times we have that as an argument. You know, you see what I'm saying? Well, it's not wrong to have sex outside of marriage. But it's wrong to have sex before marriage. Oh, no, it's not wrong. You know, we have a differentiation of what we consider what's right and what's wrong. And that's where the divide is when it comes to some of these religious preferences.
Yeah, and the biggest problem in religions, and I'm not just talking about Christianity, is they use it to their advantage to fit their narrative and their narrative only. And that, and when you put it in a box and you do that, and then you judge others outside that box, you can't stand when the outsiders are judging you in the box that you created.
Yeah.
Well, now here, can I say something to that if I could? Is that okay? I know I'm interjecting here, but anyway. Oh, okay. So yeah, you know, a lot of times we become so judgmental, you know, and we do this boxing off of different things. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we would have to be honest. You know, a lot of times, you know, we have to understand that no individual is a perfect individual. Yeah. So I can't be the spokesman for every Christian that you saw do something contrary to what's in the word. And so you put me in that category. See, to me, when people do that, that's not fair. It's just like you saying, well, all Black people are like this. Well, maybe some of them are, but not all of them. You see what I'm saying? So as soon as I say I'm Black, now you go to feeling a certain way because, well, you're under the assumption that all Black folks, and this is what they do. And it's the same thing I feel about my belief in following Christ. A lot of times I'm on the chopping block there. You know, people want to get into semantics and all of these different things. I don't have time for that. I never have a need to defend who God is, because he's very good at that himself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So the only thing that I can do is answer for my right doings and my wrongdoings. And if we could all do that and be accountable for ourselves, regardless to whatever religion we are, I think it would be a better world.
Yeah. But I will say
That's
this.
true, but isn't it specific in with Christians that it talks about Christians holding your brethren and sister accountable in the Bible according
Yeah,
to Christianity? Does it not say
we
that?
yeah,
That's
no, I agree. We
Okay.
should hold each other.
Okay.
We should hold each other accountable. But here's what I'm saying about holding another person accountable. Just because we have the responsibility to hold each other accountable doesn't mean that it's my particular day to do such. I have to be led by God. You see what I'm saying? Because Brother Jay could be off tomorrow and I hear him, but I'm not led by the Spirit to correct him. You see what I'm saying? Even though maybe at a later date I can come at him and say, hey, you know, brother, I remember when we were doing this and that. And
Yeah, I
you know,
understand
I felt something was a little off. Now, what people do is they think that we should do it instantly. And this is where we end up making mistakes. You know, you don't just react to what somebody's saying. When you take time to respond, that means you gave it thought. And this is the problem in these spaces. We are so quick to react, but we don't take enough time to respond. In other words, give it some good thought before you open your mouth.
Yeah. Well, let me say this. The very definition of religion is basically the ascribing of certain rules and regulations and principles towards God. So you're not gonna get away from people telling you how to act and what to do, because it's basically in its nature to be about to do that. If I tell you, hey, my God is a freaking tarot card, and I tell you to ascribe to it, that means I'm judging you and I'm telling you that you need to pay attention to this tarot card. It's telling you what to do. And if you don't pay attention, so that's the point of religion. That's the point.
That's only if you trying to convert somebody to that religion.
But a lot of religions want you to.
Just tell them about it. Because Christians tell people about God all the time, and they Christianity don't mean they trying to convert them.
My thing is, I don't even
convert someone is different from trying to talk about their faith.
But is it something wrong with sharing your faith with somebody with the hopes that maybe they can gain something from it?
No, that's not what I was saying. I was just trying to show him the difference in trying to tell somebody about your Christianity as opposed to trying to convert somebody into your religion, whatever the religion is.
I just think there's one thing that needs to be pointed out. Again, I don't care how you ascribe it, what you call it, or what you do with it. If you make your religion or your faith or your belief structure, even people with their politics, if you make that your weapon, that's your flag that you're going to bear, then you must, that same flag or that same weapon can be used against you as well. You can't cry foul because somebody else picked it up and cracked your ass over the head with it. When you can run around here cracking people over the head with it.
I agree.
I'm ordering you, and then when I look at you and I'm like, but you ain't doing it. You have to take that. It's hypocritical to say, oh, I can beat you with my religion, but you can't beat me back with the very same thing.
And see what we've done.
Or you use your talking points based off of your religion, and then when somebody else bounce back off of that and call you out on no, it's fair game. It's fair game.
But see, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. A lot of us, we glorify and we put Christianity as if it represents perfection. And so when we give that to people, that I don't do this and I don't do that, and that's what makes me righteous. See, all of your righteousness is like a filthy rag in the eyes of God. All of your right doings. That's the way I was taught about it. So don't get too high and mighty because you believe this and you believe that and you do this and you do that. You see what I'm saying?
And most Christians point out imperfections in non-Christians.
So see, here's my point. All of us don't do that. And I get it. And I don't, and I agree that wait a minute. I agree that what you're saying, Patrice, is absolutely correct. You know what I'm saying? And I think that that's wrong for people to do that. So I don't know how many times I can say that on a panel as such, and without having to repeat it over and over again. If I go to a different panel, I'm going to have to say the same thing. If I go to another panel, because just because people are living incorrectly, you know, you can't put their living incorrectly on the way that I'm living or the way some other Christian is living. You know, and sad to say, you know, a lot of these Christians, it's like they're fronting. They're very hypocritical. I agree. You know, I grew up in the church. I was molested in the church as a young boy inside the church. So I know the hypocrisy and the games and the different things that go on inside of that organization, some of them. But did that crack my faith in God? Did that deter me from believing in God? No, it didn't. So basically, the only thing I can do is when I get on these panels and we talk about these things, is just share what my beliefs are. But I can't by all means, but I cannot. I do not push or force them on anyone.
Let me ask you something, and I admire that you said it didn't deter your faith in God, but would you judge somebody like my girlfriend who has lost faith because of the same
I don't judge
thing
anybody. I don't listen.
Okay.
It's not my place to judge you, your mama, your aunts,
No,
your family members, anybody. God is
right.
the one that's going to be the person who determines what your outcomes are.
I'm just asking the question because that happens a lot when they don't understand somebody that has had the same thing happen to them, and they say they lose faith in God, they lose faith in church, they lose faith in the faith.
Well, let me tell you, there was a time in my life where I lost faith in God.
But brother, let me say
yes,
something.
sir. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Just to be clear, when we make these statements like God is going to decide, please, we got to understand that everybody don't believe in the same God.
I agree.
That is true.
That's the whole point. That
some people serving the devil. Some people serving
Satan. Again, like I told you, the percentage of people that are coming up in this world that are becoming more atheists is growing. People are becoming more agnostic. That's just a fact. It's not me. I'm not leading the charge. I'm just saying there are more and more people that are each generation that are becoming more and more secular because they're losing faith in the faith system. And this is not just Christianity. This is Islam. This is Judaism. This is all faiths because in every faith, people have been consistently let down. So, and
I agree.
And that's what it's not an issue of the faith. It's a problem of faith leaders. Leaders of all these faiths have been literally fucking over the very faith that they're supposed to be leading. They have been letting people down, and you cannot continue to. It's just like politics. When your political leaders continue to let you down, that's why I think we got like a 30% voting ratio because people just don't give a shit anymore. They figure pox on both houses. They don't care. They no longer believe in the system because the system just ain't doing the shit it says it's supposed to be doing. That's what I'm speaking to. So when we push these narratives, it's gonna be to a point where all the church is gonna be fighting over the same 10 members because that's all that's gonna be left. But what's happening is they're losing their membership through these broken leaders. I don't think the problem is the faith. I think the problem is the faith leaders of all of these different doctrines and denominations who have repeatedly, you just can't continue to see people do things wrong and ignore it.
It's not the church.
No,
it's not
I don't think
faith,
it's the religion.
It's the people. It's the leaders. It's the
okay,
and see, so now would you agree? Would you agree that we shouldn't put our trust in man? You know, now I'm speaking from a standpoint of what I believe.
Right.
Because as soon as I start putting my trust and my faith in man, see, man is going to always let you down. Man is apt to fail. I need to put my faith and my trust in something that's greater or higher than man.
But all faiths rely on leadership, and then the leaders have. Even when you talk about like even with the nation, that certain point in time, you know, certain leaders got called out. Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism, all of them. We look when we speak of religion, we speak of certain leaders, And when those leaders are proven to be heavily flawed,
they should be held
it
accountable.
shakes our faith.
Yeah.
And whatever we believe in.
Yeah.
So
and they're responsible. They're responsible for that. They're responsible for their actions, Brother Rico. They believe me. I believe this. They are definitely going to be held accountable for their actions and their deeds.
But
I believe that.
They're
just like I believe all of us are.
They're going to be judged first. And harsher.
The problem is they damage the faith through their
and there's a consequence to doing that. And that's why, that's why I say, hey, when you look at me, because see, I'm natural first before I'm spiritual. You see what I'm saying? Some people got it mixed up to where, even the scriptures talk about deal with naturality first, then deal with what's spiritual, because I'm a human being first. You see what I'm saying? I have to go to the bathroom. I have to take care of my business in there. And when I'm done with that, then maybe I can, consult God. But at the same time, I'm human. So we have to, when we look at each other, that's how we have to look at each other. We can't say because you're standing on a pulpit and you're wearing a robe and your voice sounds so angelic that you're above and you're on a pedestal. See, we put our trust in man too much.
We do.
I do.
And man leads us down.
Brother Vaughn, you sound so good. Sounds so good, man. Don't you agree?
Hey, Clarence, the timer don't work if you don't start it.
I'm going to start it. That's why I'm giving everybody a fair warning.
I didn't know
that was a fair warning.
I got to get you a new timer, man. There's other ways of doing the timer, man.
I'm guilty. I repent. I don't have a problem with repenting.
If you don't start it, it don't work.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get everybody's attention so that I can say, hey, we're going to now go to the timer because we got to move this thing along. I got to shut this thing down. And so we gotta start getting some closing remarks. So we will start with Brother Jay, and because he's been sitting there very patiently. And we go, oh, Clarence, all I got is 2 minutes. I know, brother, but I ain't been speaking that much myself. All right, Brother Jay, what you got for us, man?
You're muted, Jay. You muted.
You muted, man. You muted.
No, I said in 2 minutes.
Go ahead.
No, it's cool. Like I said, 2 minutes. What do you want me to say?
I'm just messing with you.
But no, it's cool. I love you, Rico. Love all y'all.
Shout out to that green vegan.
I don't know what to say. All I can say is, listen, don't wipe me over the head with it, like Rico said, because fanatics exist. I'm not a fan of fanaticism. Just say that right now. Unless you're like my grandma, she's different. She falls into the T. She doesn't.
That's right.
I can't use that word, G word, so I'm gonna use it. She doesn't use any of that retardedness. So if you wipe me over head over, just be prepared for me to throw back knowledge on you in the Bible, which I still have some knowledge of. But all in all, how many more minutes I got left?
He got this timer on, and they're not gonna tell you how long the timer is. Damn.
All right, man, I don't even know, man.
You can go 1 more minute longer, Jay. 1 more minute. 1 more minute longer, Jay.
Okay. All right. I'll say this. All in all, don't give me 5 seconds. No, but all in all, like I said, it is your choice to follow what you follow. I know some institutions can be corrupt, whether you're a Gnostic, atheist, or a deist. I don't personally care what you are, as long as you're not trying to force somebody to do a way of living that they don't agree with. All in all, respect people's different beliefs. If you don't, then get the freak out of our way, or you can get hit with that lawnmower. That's all I gotta say. And shout out to everybody on the panel. Peace, love, respect, and Rico, man, you and me still gonna do a collab, my man. You funny as hell.
Let's see. Okay, Jay. If you haven't already subscribed to Jay Takashi, you can go over there and subscribe to Jay Takashi. Get into one of them chill sessions, man. And Jay Takashi had you right, man. All right, Jay, thank you, brother. I'm gonna pull you down, man. Thank you for stopping through, bro. Appreciate you. You're always welcome. E Black. Are you here with us, brother? E Black?
Like hello?
Yes, brother. Are you here?
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Hey, I'm gonna drop and come right back.
All right. All right. Brother Vaughn,
Yes, sir.
do you have any comments for us, man? Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Let me let E Black make his last comment.
Yes, sorry
E
about that.
Black, come on, brother. You got any last words for us, man? Got 2 minutes.
Okay, all right. Start the time. All right. So, I think I am willing to concede the fact that there is the such thing that, people create the box and then they get mad when they are being held accountable towards the thing that they create. That is very, very much fair. But I want people to also understand is that also works in other things like being a veteran, things like being man, things like being a woman, things like being pro-black. We all are accountable towards our actions. I just feel that we use sometimes the religious aspects because it's the low hanging fruit, and we don't scan the world and realize how messed up people are in general, and how we've all fallen from our true design and how we're truly there. If I say I'm a Christian, doesn't necessarily mean that I get to be held to every single scripture in the Bible from Genesis to Deuteronomy to all the way to Acts to Revelation. We all have our understanding. Also, you guys have to also understand that maybe without the religion, how bad we can be, or a person can be. There are a lot of people who have no religion and they have are in different spaces and they could be all tore up. You've seen how much people without religion, how they can turn into straight up devils. So I can understand that religion is, you're supposed to aspire to be the perfection of your religion, especially like a religion like Christianity. However, please don't throw rocks in glass houses and not only that, just understand that you might be seeing somebody who's far down the road from the true person that they could be.
All right, brother. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you, man.
I will say this. That's a good point about people doing things without religion, but we spoke earlier about the history of the bad that's done in the name of religion.
Yes.
All religions.
All religions.
All religions.
Yeah.
So it's
all religions.
That's all. But other than that, great point.
Brother Ebac, I thank you for coming up, brother. I know it took a lot, man, for you to actually come up here.
No, this was easy. This is what men do, man.
Okay, yeah, but you know what I mean, man. Putting down, our personal things, just to, to say, hey, you know what, whatever
we ain't got no issue, Clarence.
No, I'm just talking about, just I want to acknowledge the manhood, brother, because we got people that's watching you and they're gonna watch on the replay, and they need to see what in manhood looks like, man. I may not remember what I did, but if I did something that offended you, I apologize. See, they need to see that. Because they like, I'll stand on my square. I'm standing on my square. No, you stand on right. Stand on right. That's the best square to stand on. So I appreciate you for doing that, brother. And I'm sure we're gonna get back. We're gonna holler at each other later, man. But I'm gonna put you down, brother. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you, man. All right. Brother Vaughn.
Yes, sir.
Dinosaur number 3, brother. What's going on, man?
Well, I think it was
give us your closing remarks.
Yes, sir. Thank you. This was very good dialogue, very good conversation. It wasn't a monologue like some of these platforms do. They don't allow you to dialogue, but I so appreciate this. And this particular stream, I wish that a lot of Christians could watch it because they would gain a lot of good information about how they should carry themselves. Because not only is God looking at you, but then you have your brothers and sisters that are going to hold you accountable for who you say you are. You see what I'm saying? Let your light so shine that men may see your good works. But believe me, by all means, don't get up here and be hypocritical, because see, you have your brothers and sisters that are down here on earth that's going to call you out on it.
Yeah.
See, now we can't on both sides. We can't be beyond a good critique. You see what I'm saying? By all means, especially when I know that you're telling me something through love. You see what I'm saying? You're not just trying to come at me just to insult me, but you're literally trying to share some information about my character. that could be helpful to me in the future. We need to be open enough to receive that from people. You see what I'm saying?
Good point.
We need to be open enough to receive that from people. So this was a very good critique of how the Christian church behaves and how Christians behave. You know, I know that was the main religion that we spoke about, you know, but even in other religions, you know, they should be held accountable to their standards.
Yeah.
But we all have to know that we're not perfect. I'm looking at the clock. We all have to know that we're not perfect though. And so when you see me with the flaw, understand that I'm not flawless. I'm apt to err.
Wait a minute, Christianity don't mean flawlessness?
Well, if you confess your sins, I believe he's faithful and just to forgive you of your sins and cleanse you from all unrighteousness. That's my time.
Right. Thank you, Vaughn. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. And I appreciate you trying to take the things that you see that are that have been said in a certain way, and with your wisdom, make it even clearer, as clear as you can, even make it more clear. So I appreciate you for that, brother. Vaughn, man, can you do me a favor, please?
Yes,
can
sir.
you hit me up in the email, man? Because I have a lot of times that people want to chat with you, and I don't have your info. I don't have no way to contact you, brother. So,
first name, last name, just how it's spelled at yahoo.com.
Yahoo. I thought they closed that shit down.
I know. Listen, I'm a dinosaur, man. You know I'm a dinosaur. I'm a dinosaur.
Yeah, man, Vaughn, you got problems. Rico's calling you old. You got problems, man. You got problems.
I don't even have Instagram, so I know you're gonna laugh at that. I don't even have Instagram.
You got to run out and get you some Jordans, man, just to get back in the. All right, brother Vaughn, I appreciate you, man, and I'm definitely gonna hit you up, man. All right, I'll pull you down, brother. All right, and then there was three. The three outcasts.
So we've been called.
Which one of you guys want to go first?
I'll go first because I need to get me a refill.
Okay.
But I just want to say this.
Don't go away, Wrinkly.
I'm not. But I just want to go ahead and touch in because there was a perspective. You can start the time on me. There was a perspective that was given.
Yeah, I need to on you.
On where I had, I guess, previously. So I guess to make sure I got it right, they're saying that I shouldn't be criticizing religion because I'm not religious, with the same way I said people who don't vote can't criticize the system. And I get how they're trying to put them together, but I'm going to tell you a slight difference. What I said was I didn't say people had to vote. I said you can't complain about the outcome of how things are. That's totally different to say, oh, you don't vote. Well, however the fucking country is run because you didn't care. As opposed to a religion, which is a select group. That's totally different. I'm not a part of that group. So I don't need to participate. I don't participate in religion because I'm not a religious person. I vote because I'm a citizen of the country, and how the country run affects me. How a particular religious affiliation runs has zero fucking effect on me, so it doesn't require my input. It requires my input in any way. So if that's one way, I mean, if you guys got another way to pin me down and stick me, I welcome it because I'll stand corrected. I'm not ready to apologize for it yet because Brother New Growth, you be coming from me with your now old DMV move down to Georgia ass. But I love you, brother. I want you to come up here and box me in and corner me in on it, and then I will give a full-throated apology. I'm just a little bit confused, a little bit different voting and being affiliated with a religion, but maybe you can explain it to me a little bit better. Other than that, I ain't got anything. Shout out to the chat. Thank you guys for being here, spending part of your Memorial Day weekend. Go out, tell somebody you love them. Peace.
My man. All right.
All
right. Let's see. And then there were two. Patrice, you there?
I'm here, bro.
You got any closing remarks?
Yeah, just a little something.
Okay.
I first salute to you, the panel, the chat. I like the different perspectives because I always try to I listen and take in and think differently from different people's perspectives. I have respect for all religions. I believe there's some truth in all religions, but there's also some hypocrisy in all religions.
Of course.
But I think because we were specifically honing in on Christianity, because predominantly in the Black community, we are what, 70-80% Christian. So that kind of,
yeah.
and most of us were raised Christian. I was raised Baptist.
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah. My closing remarks, to each his own. I got no problem whether you're atheist, whether you're agnostic, whether you are a Christian, Muslim, whatever, to each his own. I walk in spirituality. Um, I personally believe that if we was up here talking about, no matter what the subject, it just happened to be about religion, right? If we was talking about police brutality, that would be the subject. I would be talking about that too. If we were talking about white supremacy, I would be up here talking about that too. If we were talking about daffodils, I would be up here talking about daffodils. Okay, so it just happened to be religion, and the predominant Black community happened to be Christian. I was raised Baptist, and my whole life, I watched how, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, that Christianity has made the Black community very docile. I believe, in my opinion, that the Black churches, for the most part, have let the Black community down. I have definitely lost faith in the Black church, not in the faith, but in the church, because of the people, not the church, the building, or the church, the faith, but the people in it that do the hypocrisy. So for me, it's a different walk. I have a different opinion about it, and I appreciate everybody else's perspective. And that's all I got to say. Thank you for listening.
All right, Patrice, I'm gonna pull you down. Don't go nowhere, okay?
All right.
All right. Let me get rid of this. All right. And star-studded event again, right? Von Bryant always hits one out of the park. Strong performance. OG Patrice, strong performance. Strong performance. Yeah, man. She took that apology and turned it around the way it's supposed to go, right? Apology wasn't going the way it's supposed to go. You turned it around and made it go the way it was supposed to go. We had Rico on, strong performance as always. We had Jay Takashi, came in, dipped his toe a little bit, but he always drop bombs when he comes in. Shout out to him. E Black came through. He was, man, he stood tall on all of the stuff that he said that he should have done a while ago. He stood tall on it. Got to give him credit for that. He stood tall on it. Strong performance from E Black. Who else came up here today? I think we only had 5 people today. Yeah, I don't think we had 5. So yeah, everybody had a strong performance. Did a great job. We talked about all of these different topics. We didn't have no beef or drama or nothing, no problems or nothing like that. And you guys got enough places where you can go where you can see all that stuff going on, man. Today everything was good. We talked about it. We disagreed with each other, but we were still able to have the conversation. And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. We just want to be able to have a conversation. Even if we disagree, but respect has to be the lubricant of communication. You know what I'm saying? We can't, without the respect, it's like driving your car with no motor oil. It's gonna grind down to a halt eventually, right? So respect is the lubrication of communication. All right, y'all. So we talked about can your religion be weaponized against you, or can you weaponize someone's religion against them? We talked about all that. Go back in the playback and check it out. We talked about how to pick your spot in the YouTube streets? You know, what do you use to decide what streets you go on, right? You know, sometimes we go on a stream for entertainment. Sometimes we go to a content creator for advice. Sometimes we go to a content creator for knowledge. Depends. But in all things, look for truth, man. Look for the truth. Look for people that tell the truth, man. Because that's where you're gonna get the most out of whatever you're doing. And then you know, just get the green vegan says vegans don't like beef. I hear you, green vegan. Yeah, none of us really do when it's out here. Well, I mean, beef's supposed to be on a plate, not you know, in these streets, in these streets. Anyway, y'all have the rest of y'all Memorial weekend. Like Rico said, remember your people that you you know that you lost. I lost a very good friend of mine, man, Brother Shaheed Muhammad, and he was not a nice person, but he was a good person. If you can get with that, you can get for that. I will, Brother Vaughn. I will see that email, man, because I want to link up with you, man. You know, too many times, either me or Rico or somebody else will say, "Hey, let's have Vaughn in this conversation." Anyway, so shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you, everybody in the chat. I hope I reached out to everybody in the chat. I named everybody in the chat. But all of you guys with those wrenches, I appreciate you guys doing a great job. We had no problems in the chat, and so we're good. All right, so we'll see you guys probably Tuesday morning. We'll have something for you. All right, so we'll see y'all, and peace.